Hey everybody, 10:30 and the inquiry is resumed. My name is Guy Davis. I'm the inspector appointed to hear this appeal. We are getting towards the close of the inquiry with the last day's business to enact today. First things first, normal housekeeping matters. Please turn your phones to silent. If there's a fire, if it's a fire alarm, please leave by the exits and congregate at the front of the building. One other piece of housekeeping you may not have seen, but the appeal reps, so the reps which were received by PINS in accordance with the appeals should have now been sent to main parties. They would have only arrived about 10 minutes ago. So given the fact that nobody would have had the chance to see them, what I'm intending to do is, even though my intention is to close the inquiry today, what I'll do is give all interested parties, main parties and interested parties, the opportunity to comment on those for a period of 7 days after the close of the inquiry. I'll get that confirmed in an email from my case officer in due course. It'll probably go out tomorrow. Any other housekeeping matters before we move to the first business of today?
I think just so on the conditions session, Ms. Catherine Bruce is going to be the lead spokesperson for the appellant.
I was going to take names on that
when we got there.
to that, yeah.
Not other than on conditions, no, nothing.
Super. Okay. Anything from you, Mr. Grant?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Right. In which case, let's move to the roundtable session. So we'll be looking at the draft legal undertaking and the various obligations that are contained within it, and then a set of draft planning conditions. I appreciate we just mainly got professionals in the room today, but I know it's still being streamed. So let me just repeat what I said at the very opening of the inquiry, in that the reason why I discuss these with the main parties, it doesn't mean to say that I've in any way made my mind up on the appeal, nor does it prejudice the councils or all six party for that matter, that they're in any way. The reason why we're doing it is because if there are obligations or conditions that can address issues that are in dispute between the main parties, then it's incumbent on me to consider those. That's the reason why we do it. Okay, let me take names then, please, if I may, for those people who are going to participate in the roundtable session. Let me start with the appellants.
Good morning, sir. My name's Catherine Bruce and I'm Associate Director at Savills.
And
Are you a K or a C? You're a C. I'm sorry, you were an associate.
so we also have with us, but currently sat in a room with the council's solicitor, Juliet Munn, who's a partner at Town Legal. So that's Juliet, Juliet,
Okay.
Munn.
Yeah.
And they are currently just looking at one additional obligation in the Section 106 agreement. The council raised a point last night in relation to the condition about the nursery land, suggesting they wanted some tighter requirements on that, and that actually it might be better in the 106 agreement. So quickly this morning we've tried to respond to that, and they're just trying to work out some agreed wording in the room next door. So perhaps if we start with conditions, and then bring them in if possible.
Yeah, no, I'm always happy for our problems for them to be sorted, so I'm happy to do that. Miss Munn, sorry, which company does you work for? Town Legal. Thank you. And for the council?
Myself, Martin Moss from Cornwell, associate. Will be joined by Simon Quelch, Quelch.
Sorry, just spell that one for me again.
I believe it's Quelch.
Do you know? I know you said it. I just didn't write it down properly. K. Is that right?
Q.
Q. I beg your pardon.
So Mr. Quelch's name and position are set out on the appearances that are annexed to our oath, of course.
Right.
I should say that Mr. Moss is a change from the billing. We had Mr. Johnson or Mr. Bailey participating in this, so it's Mr. Moss, not them. So that bit of the update, but Mr. Quelch's name and position.
Sorry, yeah, well, I'm sure they are, but Mr. Welch, who do you work for?
Well, sorry.
Oh, I see, got you. So he's the council solicitor.
Got him down, sir, as a senior legal specialist and deputy monitoring officer.
Ooh, right. I might just call him solicitor, actually. Okay, that's good. All right, now, as suggested, let us then start off with the conditions. So, I think it was probably, it was just the Friday last week, I sent some comments based on the draft conditions that I've been working to, which were set that are dated the 18th of May. Now, I appreciate there were some revisions. I was given a revised sheet. I'm assuming the two are the same. I'm hoping I'm not working from an earlier version, but because they're both dated the 18th of May.
We do have an update that's been printed.
Okay. Look, I'm going to be, as I say, I worked off the basis that we're done the 18th of May. If there has been subsequent revisions to those, let me know as we go through, because otherwise I shall get very confused. All right. Do you have that to hand?
It's just being printed, so
Okay.
we have electronic copies. Just
Do
being
you want to?
sent.
Do you want us to start? Because I'll be working on the electronic copy, if you like. If your preference is for paper, I will wait. But okay, let's move on then. So, first one is the reserved matters condition, which is obviously no problem. It's an outline application, there's a need for that. 2 is the time limit. 3 is the reserved matters time limit. So they're all fairly standard, no problems. 4 is the approved plans. I had a query because I couldn't see revision D, but I've been given that, so thank you for that. The only question I had on this one is that it includes some existing plans, so things like the topographical survey. Now, strictly speaking, obviously that's not part of the development. I'm happy to leave those in, but I merely raise it just in case a simplified version is preferred. Any views, gentlemen? Or
No, I think it's useful to have those documents in because the relevance of levels is a matter stage.
okay. It's Miss Bruce, isn't it? That's right. Sorry, I couldn't read my own writing for a moment there. 5 is a condition relating to a phasing plan, and I queried that because I wasn't aware that the scheme would be phased. Perhaps you can help me with that.
Yes, I can, sir. So basically, within the development, it's the nursery and things like footways, parks, etc. And in order to deliver these in a timely manner, we're proposing a phased plan, which will tie in indeed with the provision that we're proposing of the nursery to make sure things come forward in the right order.
So your preference is for that to be retained?
Yes.
You're happy for that, I take it, from council's point of view, from the appellant's point of view. Okay. Righty-ho, in that case, I understand that. Okay, coming on to 6, those were details about the nursery land. Now, this was an issue I was going to pick up for Section 106. The question I had is that I heard in evidence, obviously, yesterday, that there was an issue about whether or not the nursery was a necessary part of the scheme. So again, it is, well, not again, but the issue is whether a requirement that a nursery is provided on the site meets the test of necessity in the tests for conditions. Because it's not being required by the educational authority, so it's not strictly speaking fulfilling what might be termed an infrastructural requirement. So I'm interested comments on that. Let me start with you, Mr. Moss.
So it is in the description of development. It is part of the appellant's case is they're relying on the benefits of the nursery, and I think the concern from the council side really is the lack of guarantees in what happens when that marketing period is passed through. With the Class E use, you've got a wide range of uses that could potentially come forward. So we think it is appropriate to remove this condition, deal with it via Section 106 obligation, which is what's being worked on now.
Okay. Right, Mr. Bruce, is that your general understanding?
Yes, it is, yeah, and we're happy with that approach.
Right, so condition 6 would come out. That's okay.
But so we do say it's appropriate to secure it in some way because it's part of the planning benefits case. So that's why the 106 is.
Yeah.
Just for clarity, what we're proposing, sir, is have approval of a marketing strategy for the council to sign off on at the appropriate point in accordance with the phasing plan, then a prescribed marketing period, and then a report to confirm in the event that marketing is unsuccessful after that period, that the proper due process of best reasonable endeavours to secure the transfer of the land has been undertaken before considering alternative provision on the site.
Okay, now I can understand that. Right, so my second question, which was a more detailed one about the marketing strategy, is no longer relevant. On to the cemetery extension. That, I think, is also a matter that is going to now be covered by the Section 106, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
We've got some updated and agreed wording in the draft agreement, which now.
Fine, so we'll get to that when we get to it, but otherwise condition 7 comes out. Okay. Right, now, okay, thank you. Okay, I didn't raise this as an issue, but I think this condition 8 starts off as part of the reserved matters application for layout. Now, the comment I've got on this, as it indeed a variety of other ones later on, is simply this. If this is detail that should be included in the reserved matters application, why is it necessary as a condition on the outline? I'm thinking is simply this, that, and obviously the council has control over approving the reserved matters. If the details that it needs in order to understand whether or not policy and various other planning matters are addressed, it has the ability to ask for additional information or require additional information to be provided as part of the reserved matters application consideration. And therefore the policy, a condition on the outline application is not necessary. So that's going to be my question, and not a number of times. And let me start it on condition 8. Mr. Moss.
I think this condition specifically, sir, I think it's not a standard requirement. This, I think, it's helpful to capture it. Now, the approval of this crime prevention strategy could be submit and approved concurrent to the relevant reserved matters, but I think it would be appropriate to clarify that it should be provided. I'm just mindful that you don't normally have informatives to your decision.
No, that's right, and I appreciate an awful lot of those conditions are kind of almost, they are informative type rather than, but there is a distinct difference between an informative and a condition. And while the council could put a writer on any commission if the appeal were to be allowed, setting out a series of suggestions as to what details are going to be needed, I don't think it's necessary as part of conditions. Okay.
So may I
Yeah.
point on? I think the question for you, certainly, that you'll need to consider with a number of these conditions is whether it is truly a reserved matter. Because following Fry, the which I'm sure you're familiar with the Supreme Court case, obviously we as the council can't basically claw back anything at RM stage that we've not explicitly reserved at outline stage. So looking at this, for example, I think the version I'm conditioned from, we're talking about the crime prevention strategy, are we? So arguably that doesn't fall within the statutory definition of reserved matters. So if we don't get it now, we can't get it.
Okay.
Now, it probably shouldn't say as part of the reserved matters.
I suspect that's the case. Yes.
Which is where the confusion is coming. So
There are a few others like that
Yes.
actually we'll come to.
Yeah,
Okay.
and
All right.
there was some stuff around that with the battery energy and storage condition that I saw. So it's kind of two questions, which is one, is this truly a reserved matter? If it is, then your point is it's right that we can probably require it at RM stage. Second, if it's not, then we don't grab it now, we can't grab it at RM stage, so it's going to be imposed. So I think that's more where there's potentially some confusion is coming from.
Okay.
And if the point is it should go in at the same time as the reserved matters application, that's fine. But there's that kind of legal nuance to this point that I think may end up getting lost.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for that. Let me ask another question on this. Again, I didn't flag this up at the time, but it occurs to me now. You remember back in not the noughties, but the tens, the government sought to try and limit the amount of local requirements and standards and thresholds, as it were, by pushing them into building regs or what have you. One of the things I remember that happened at that time was that security measures in buildings, particularly dwellings, are now included in the building regulations. And that there was specific intention of that was that there was no longer therefore need to be a requirement, or conditional requirement on planning permissions. Now, does that impact on Condition 8? Let me start with Mr. Wheeler or Mrs. Bruce. Any particular views on that? Mr. Moss can have a think about it while they're answering it. What's the intention behind this? Is this for getting better security, make sure there's a minimum level of security in houses, or is it wider than that? Is it seeking some kind of communal security features? I'm not quite sure what they would be. I'm a bit uncertain as to what the condition is requiring.
I think my understanding of it is that it's seeking secured by design principles which relate to kind of overall site layout as well. So it's not just the dwellings themselves. It's also to do with how public open spaces are lit and things like that. So there's a kind of wider principles to be secured by it.
Okay. Mr. Moss, any views?
I think it's something that was raised in the consultation responses. I think it's a matter that's relevant to the layout, footpaths and sighting, etc. So I think it is to capture it. As Mr. Grant stated, it's not a standard reserved matter.
All right. If you are both agreeable to it, I'm not going to push the point too much, other than to just make the general point that I often see consultees attempting to put requirements in conditions that they ask the planning authority to put onto permissions, which frankly are matters that are only touching vaguely on planning matters. It's more to do with other legislation. Let's move on. I've had my rant. Maximum heights, understand that one. There's a parameter plan that sets out heights. That's fine. Ground levels. Is that necessary, or is that part of the reserve matters?
So I think we can save a bit of time on the next few things.
Oh, okay, right,
So,
yeah.
ground levels, materials, boundary treatment, landscaping, both agreed to strike all of those out. It's appropriately dealt with reserve matters.
Okay, that's very helpful, thank you. Tree and hedge retention, I did think was a necessary condition. Right, I do have an additional question on site access, the A414 roundabout. I understand that effectively the council's gone for granting conditions for what might be termed development on highway land. I understand that, I've got no problems with that. The issue, the question I've got really with 15 is that at the moment it's phrased that it's prior to first occupation that the roundabout access on the 414 goes in. Unlike the other ones, so the footway and cycleway links, which I accept are only needed once you get the site being occupied by residents, clearly the roundabout access I would have thought would be necessary for construction access. How else would construction vehicles get onto the site other than perhaps from, well, I guess it would have to be from London Road and then down the farm track, and I wouldn't have thought even the developer would want to bring in heavy equipment down the London Road. In which case, I think perhaps that should say that it would be prior to development on the site that the access is installed. Thoughts on that one?
So we haven't really looked at the phasing plan, the construction management plan, how we deliver access. I mean, I think there's the point on the London Road. You know, potentially could be usable in the short term. So I think it's, you know, whether there's the potential to extend that trigger slightly, rather than. I'm just thinking because the ability to get on site from London Road to do some works before any development commencing. Your suggestion of any development commencing would probably be quite restricted.
Yeah, I could understand that you might need to bring some equipment in to work on the access, as it were, from the site end as well. Well, you'd almost certainly want to do that because you wouldn't want to close the A414 for any period of time. So I appreciate that would need to be some initial formation works perhaps that would need to be carried out. But I would have thought things like bringing in materials and any heavy plant would probably need to come in. I mean, thought off the 414.
There is a construction management plan condition that controls construction routing. So if the council, once this had been looked at in more detail, thought that it all had to be via the roundabout, then to comply with that condition, the appellant would by default have to construct it.
Well, yes,
first.
but the roundabout wouldn't be there because this only requires it to be installed for on occupation.
But to comply with that construction management plan, they'd have to install it, if you see what I mean. Because otherwise they couldn't comply with the approved construction management plan.
What's the council's point of view?
I'm not sure I have the answer on this one. I think it's I appreciate the point. Yeah, definitely. I'm trying to think where we might have dealt with it in other situations. I mean, it would be all works ahead prior to commencement of all works on site, prior to site clearance and initial site preparation works or something. So at least it gives a little bit of a lead in.
Yeah, I should have flagged this up earlier. It's something that I just picked up as I was reviewing these this morning. Look, I think it's quite important. I suspect residents in particular would find this one of interest to them. Can I ask you to, to put your heads together, and if there is a form of wording that you think might be a practical one, but which might alleviate the concerns that I've got, then I'm more than happy to hear an alternative form of wording.
You're happy to do that outside of this?
I think I'm happy to do that outside. Yeah, I will. Rather like I'm giving a 7-day period for the reps. If I say I'll accept a response on that particular condition within the next 7 days, that would be helpful. 16, 17, I understand those. 18, I understand that. 19, I understand. 20 was that the bus stops go in on 50% of occupation. Can I just ask why it's 50% and not first? Looking at the appellants on that one.
I believe that was at the request of Ethic, their suggestion.
That's their suggestion. Okay.
Have a quantum of population that supports that
Actually,
additional
yeah,
plus.
that makes sense. Okay, right. 21 and 22, I understand. I made some suggestions for. Some of the wording didn't quite make sense to me, so I had a stab at some alternative wording. Are you happy with that, or is there any other issues on it?
I think that's it.
22, vehicle parking, is it necessary? So, happy for that to be deleted. Cycle parking similarly,
Yes.
and amenity provision. So, I like outline schemes. I can get rid of conditions by bucket them. 26, green infrastructure strategy. There was a series of conditions coming up, and I understand the need for them, or at least in principle them. But I'm just wondering, there seemed to me to be quite a bit of overlap between some of them. So perhaps if we could work our way down, and I'll get to them. But one of them is that we seem to have quite a lot related to green infrastructure and all ecological matters. So this one I recognise. I'll have no real problems with it. Is the appellant happy with that?
We've just agreed slightly amended wording, although in light of our discussions, it's been amended to start as a detailed green infrastructure strategy must be submitted to and approved in writing.
So is this the document you've just given me?
Yes, sorry. You've got
That's okay, let me get that. Which one was it? 26, but it'll have been renumbered.
Now it's 19.
It's 19. Okay. So I ought to give this revised condition a number. It's 18 on my list. Okay, yeah, I got you. I'm not necessarily agreeing with you on the rider as part of the reserved matters application for layout. If it is part of the reserved matters application, it's not necessary. If it's rather like Mr. Grant was outlining, if it's actually not a reserved matter but are separate from it, there's no need for that rider to go in.
If that's the case, then perhaps we can suggest it should be submitted and approved concurrent to the reserved matters application for layout.
Yeah, but it's going to have a trigger on it when that is done. That's true. Well, normally the trigger would be either on commencement or before commencement.
I think the challenge we have here, sir, is that it is directly related to the layout of the site, and that's a little late in the day. The layout, etc., is fixed to then have the strategy coming forward at that late stage.
Okay. So what was your suggestion, Mr. Moss?
Concurrently.
Concurrently?
Concurrent to the reserved matters application.
Okay. '27 was surface water drainage. I understand the need for that.
one minor point on that. The word accept demolition, there is no demolition.
There is no
We
demolition.
take that one.
Okay, right. Thank you. Twenty-eight is similar. I understand that. Minimising off-site flooding, and 28, which is the maintenance for the SUDs. Okay. Thirty is requiring the applicant or any successor entitled to maintain yearly logs of maintenance. Is that necessary? Is that straying into matters that go beyond planning? Mr. Moss, yeah. Not sure what the number is on the revised one.
23 on the
23. Okay. This is, I mean, this sounds to me quite an onerous requirement, and I'm questioning whether or not it meets the test of necessity.
So I think so on this, it might be better as a combined condition equivalent to 22 and 23 in appeal decision, which is Q23 in the court documents as condition 9.
Okay, what an inspector has let it through on that.
Yeah, so direct to that's probably the best approach in terms of those.
Put it this way, I mean, I appreciate, Mr. Moss, I don't know whether you can answer this one, but is this standard now for the council to ask for in SUDS approaches? I see SUDS conditions, obviously, on many times, but that's not necessarily a clause I see included.
I think it's becoming increasingly common, sir, because basically SUDS, if it's not well maintained, it fails to perform and does result in flooding issues, etc.
No, I have heard of that. I have heard
Council
that.
then end up picking up the bill to dig it out and clear it out, which they wish to avoid.
I think so, just to add to that, we wouldn't say that it was necessary. I think there's a requirement for the maintenance plan, and it's not being maintained as required on that maintenance plan, and there's a utility to enforce.
Condition just gives that certainty, clear certainty to them.
Okay, we'll leave it in. Um, 31, which is a requirement that all mitigation measures and or work shall be carried out in accordance with details contained in the ecological impact assessment. Now, well, you've seen my query there. What's the purpose of that, given the fact that we have other conditions, and if it is necessary, is it precise enough to actually tell a developer what it is that they're supposed to do? Mr. Moss.
So for this, this is a compliance condition. The other measures require submission of details. I've suggested we simply add reference to table 24 in that document, which lists out mitigation requirements required. Alternatively, we could lift that straight off table 24 and we put those provisions here, but it's sufficient just to refer to table 24.
Okay, and table 24 does what exactly?
It identifies those mitigations by thematic.
Alan's point of view on that one?
Yeah, we agree. I think the mitigation measures should be supported by condition, and table 24, core doc A26.
Is it sufficiently precise for you as a developer to understand what you're required to do?
Yes.
Right. And it's raining, so you better get them in. Let's continue. If it gets too noisy.
I was just going to raise that.
Okay.
This is a scheme where there's agreed mitigation in the form of contributed in section 106, but there's also a requirement of place services to provide mitigation in the form of essentially on-site order, which is frequently the exact wording, which I think needs to be
Oh, right. Oh, so it's like a SANG, the site itself, in that sense.
No, it's not a SANG,
Okay.
but to detract people from using the habitat sites, the place services staff that we do have walking routes around the site,
Okay.
there's been
But that's
signage, the usual
equivalent,
thing.
isn't it? It's-
Yes.
The idea is the same. Right, okay. And you're quite right to draw that to my attention, actually. We do have I am required to carry out an appropriate assessment, aren't I?
So I just added reference to our process, which I just got not something that we
No, thank you for drawing that to my attention. Yes, I see it. I see it here. Okay, thank you. Thirty-two is a farmland bird mitigation strategy. I think that has arisen in reps, so I understand that. 33 is a combined construction environmental management plan, SEM. I've seen these before. I understand that they are fairly, well, started to become fairly common. So, from an appellant's point of view, are you happy that it's sufficiently clear about what it is you need to do? All right. The one question I do have with SEMP is that we come up a little later to a condition which involves, is it a LEMP? They always seem to me to do very similar things. Can somebody explain to me, if that's not the case, what the difference is?
So,
So my understanding is that a SEM is to control the impact on the environment during the construction period,
Okay.
and then the LEMP is for the long-term management of the ecological and landscape features that are part of the overall development.
I'm grateful. Okay. 34, biodiversity enhancement strategy. Yeah, my question there was, what exactly does that require a developer to do, and is it actually repeating or replicating the more detailed question relating to farmland bird mitigation? I'll look at Mr. Moss for that
I
one.
guess for the skylarks, the farmland birds, that's a very specific identified mitigation. This is more general in terms of protected species such as badgers, etc. It could be combined, I guess, as part of the same condition. It's still necessary to have those specific measures for the skylarks and these broader measures generally used.
Right, okay. And it's enhancement strategy rather than, as it were, an assessment of whether there are protected species on the site. Okay, so the trigger, which is prior to works above slab level, is still relevant from your point of view. All right.
So I would just perhaps, in considering this condition, draw your attention to table 24 again of the ecological impact assessment, which does specify mitigation measures, but does also talk about enhancements such as hedgerow enhancements and habitat creation on site. So
There is a bit of an overlap
yes,
there, isn't
I
there?
think there is.
So are you suggesting to me that this actually is probably unnecessary in the sense that it might not be covered by the preferred condition. It could be covered by others.
Yes.
Mr. Moss, any view on that one?
I guess if we've got a bit more time to take away to look at the site access, we can just be.
I mean, the SEMP and the LEMPs are both really quite detailed. I personally, I'm quite sympathetic to the suggestion that this is a replication of that rather than adding anything more. I think my preference would be deleted, actually. Do you have any particular views if I were to do that? You prefer to have a think about it.
I think we'd like, given we've got a bit of time to look at the site access.
Okay, I'll put myself down as minded to delete, but I shall await your views.
So just a suggestion, it may be that the combination of conditions 31 and 34 achieve what was both parties want.
Um, 35 is a habitat management and monitoring plan. Is this relating to BM biodiversity net gain? Is that the purpose of this? Okay. Lighting strategy, I understand the reasons for that. No problems with that. 37 was the length. You've explained to me that it is separate.
Just on that, sir,
Yep.
jumping slightly ahead, we've suggested deletion of the following condition, length monitoring, and we've added a line within this condition, basically clarifying the submission of the yearly logs within that.
So you combine what I've got down as 38 into 37.
Yeah, so we've taken out the
Thank you.
So, sorry, could I just add on that that's now actually asking us to submit those rather than the previous wording at 38, which required us to maintain them in the email available. That's fine.
Okay.
I'm
And,
fine with.
okay.
Yeah.
So and is that wording in my revised list
It's
here?
not, no, we need to update that.
I feel an updated list needs to come on, doesn't it? Can I just... ...39 is archaeology, I understand the need for that. 40 and 41 relate to noise. Firstly, 41 is related to noise within dwellings. And my question to you was that necessary?
Yes, sir. So the building regulations control noise externally to dwellings. This is the BS standard, which is not a standard building regulations control about internal noise within dwellings. Just ensuring that's sufficient.
Is that not covered by building regs?
I believe it's only external noise levels by building regs. This is within internal noise levels against the BS standard.
Okay. I haven't had that, I don't think, before me before. I mean, what are we talking here? Is this, are we talking individual dwellings, dwelling houses, or blocks of flats, or why is, I'm not, where does this come from?
So this is related to the road noise, making sure that the combination of the barrier and the fabric means that internal noise levels are acceptable.
Okay. Who's asked for these two to be put on? Do you know?
I believe it's the environmental health officer.
Yeah, because, I mean, my first question, is there a noise issue here? It's not one really that's been raised during the course of the inquiry. When we visited the site, I did make a point of going down to, we went down to the far corner of the cemetery, didn't we, just so I could hear noise. It wasn't noisy, not in my estimation anyway. I'm just wondering whether these are necessary.
It has been identified that noise levels adjoining the A414 are exceeding what's normally acceptable, and therefore a noise barrier is proposed as a condition to do that, and then in combination with that, this is proposed to ensure that the houses on that side are not adversely affected.
Okay, see Helen's view on that one.
So I'm not sure that Mr. Moss is correct in relation to building regs not controlling internal noise levels. My understanding was that Group RT covered internal noise levels for dwellings, and then the BS standard that he's referring to sort of adds an additional layer to that. You're right, sir, that noise hasn't been picked up. We do have a noise barrier, but those details can be designed through the boundary treatment condition or reserve matters layout condition requirements.
So from your point of view, from a developer's point of view, you accept the need for an acoustic barrier. Is that what you're telling me?
That's shown on the parameter plan, yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, so 41 I think is necessary. I'm still struggling to see whether 40 is necessary, I have to say, Mr. Moss. It's not one, it seems to be applying a level of details that goes above and beyond building regulations, and therefore, it would need to have some specific justification. I'm not sure I'm convinced that there is justification there. I'm going to be asking for a revised list of conditions. Can I ask you to have a think about that if necessary? But I think unless you could provide me with a good justification, I think I'm minded to see 40 deleted. Right, we're on to the battery storage and noise and various other related renewable energy matters. So my questions here were, are these necessary? I think these are some of the ones, because they all start off as part of reserved matters. However, rather as Mr. Grant flagged up a little bit earlier, I do wonder whether in actual fact these are somewhat separate to reserved matters requirements. So let's start with the appellants. Have you any objections to these as conditions or requirements?
No, we don't, sir, and I think we were keen to retain, in particular, condition 43 on energy efficiency to ensure that what is brought forward comes forward in accordance with the outline energy strategy.
Mr. Moss?
Well, I think it's important for clarity.
So I think I'm persuaded that these should be retained then. So that's 42 or 43 on the original layout. 44, that did seem to me to be a reserved matters issue. Would you, Mr. Moss?
Yes, sir. It is the sort of thing that gets missed. I think that was the primary reason for including that.
It's kind of more of it's more of a rider rather than a condition, though. Now I can understand. I think it should be deleted. I don't think it meets the test of necessity. Now, super fast broadband. Yeah, I understand the need for that.
Yeah. Brought to my attention, so that this is covered by Part R of the building regulations.
Oh, is it? Ah, okay, that's interesting. I wasn't aware of that.
It was yesterday.
So it's not. The answer is it's not necessary any longer. Okay. Part R, you say? Right. Battery energy storage system, is that similar to what we've already been talking about, or is this something? Oh no, this is something different. This has the feel of a condition that's been requested by a consultee.
So this was actually on the advice of Mr. Grant, based on his experience.
Ah, it's Mr. Grant. It's to blame. Okay,
Yes.
okay. Well, what's it? Why? Why is it necessary?
So usually, whenever you're dealing with battery energy storage systems, I think there is the potential for them to go wrong. So the idea is to secure a safety management plan to ensure that it's designed to protect. And with this in place, it can be exactly the reason it's been brought forward now. So it's initially, I think there was some hope it's going to be secured or dealt with at RM stage, but given Fry, my thought is if we don't have it now, we can't now, it could potentially be a problem in safety. It doesn't appear to have been requested by the services or statutory authorities, but I do know so that there's a battery energy storage system is naturally in the description of development. So you have to look to see it on the parameter plan to see it's there. So there is the potential that that was missed.
Okay. I think that's simple. Well, my next question really to you, Mr. Grant, is this a matter that's covered by other legislation? I mean, is there safety legislation on things like this?
The honest answer with you, sir, is it's tricky because it's going to depend on the precise materials in the battery energy storage system the batteries are made out of. If it's certain composites, there might be areas covered by, for example, the code control for accident hazard regulations. But if it's a different material, it might not. If it's not certain quantities, it might not be. And then it also deals with things like secure safety of which it doesn't do. So this is coming into experience. It has been much larger so far elsewhere, but it's also so in circumstances where there seasons and description of development to secure it now, safety not.
Okay, well, thanks for that explanation. Let me turn to the appellants then.
I will say, in my experience of doing solar farm schemes, probably on the majority of them now, where there's battery storage, there is a condition of this kind, but not on all of them. And I think it's a sort of, as Mr. Grant says, case by case, different inspectors seem to take different approaches. But I don't think we object to including it if the council wants to have it here.
Yes.
Thank you. Just in terms of the history, as Gwen said, this particular condition evolved out of Essex Fire discussion between the Essex Fire Service and the various local authorities, particularly to ESS. So that's sort of where this has come from. So it's considered as good practice for us to consider that when in applicable cases. So that's why, although it may not have seen from the specific consultee, that's where it's evolved from. Thank you.
Well, look, you both agreed to it, and it's a safety issue, and if it's not covered by the legislation, I can understand the need for it, so I'm happy for that to be retained. Okay. And that is the conditions that we've come across. Now, there was another condition that hasn't been agreed between the parties, and that relates to dwelling needs. Has there been any movement on that since I looked at it? No.
We had some discussion on this, sir. I
Okay.
think just to explain the point, the situation has been detailed at great length during the course of this inquiry. There is an affordability issue that is driven from not having enough smaller units in the private sector market, and the housing needs assessment is there to try and redress that. by directing units to the appropriate needs. And the concern really is the suggested wording from the appellant is too loose. And simply having regard to doesn't tie them down close enough to provision of the appropriate units in accordance with the housing needs.
Right, okay. From the appellant's point of view?
Sorry. So I think from our point of view that actually housing mix is a reserved matter dealt with through the layout at that stage. However, we're obviously conscious that the appeal decision, I think it's CDQ24, that was the wording that was put onto that appeal to allow
Which wording? Your wording? or
our
the
wording,
LPA's?
yeah, to allow for sufficient flexibility essentially, so that we're not entirely stuck to a specific percentage, and to allow obviously design to evolve and meet all the various other standards we need to meet as part of the detailed design.
So what I've got to consider is effectively having regard to as opposed to in accordance with.
Yeah. So if there's an alternative option, I think we're very much keen to have the compliance with. I guess if you don't agree, there's probably a halfway house which should seek to comply with, and that would at least give more comfort and broadly accord with and have regard to.
Seek to comply with. That
The only benefit of the appellant's wording is that the council's one ties it to the council's published assessment, whereas if there's more up-to-date local evidence about needs in Malden that Tetlow King produced to show that actually what's better for local people is to have something else on this site, that gives the council the scope to say actually, okay, we've got this sort of 2024 LHNA, but I understand what you're saying, and here it would be better. Actually, it would be better in the town of Malden to have this specific mix. So I think that's the only potential benefit to the council to having the slightly looser wording.
I would add to that the housing needs assessment and updates to the housing needs assessment which should capture that any change accordingly.
I mean, my other question on this one was: is it sufficiently precise? Would a developer know what the housing mix was? Tying it to the local housing needs assessment would address that, in my view. So that would provide a degree of precision that's necessary in the condition. Seek to comply with, is that something that the from a developer point of view you could go along with?
Yeah.
I understand both sides. I understand that it might not necessarily be exactly the mix that the needs assessment sets out, but if it's within a few houses there or thereabouts, that's probably good enough.
Whether we have best reasonable endeavours in
Well, no,
that.
seek to comply with seems to kind of get somewhere in between those two. But I do think it probably needs to be linked to the local housing needs assessment rather than why. Okay. Could I ask you then maybe to look at the wording of that along those lines?
Sarah, I'd just add as well that in the Section 106 agreement, there's a requirement for the affordable housing mix to be submitted
Sorry there?
in the 106.
In the 106.
So there is also a housing mix to be secured through the 106.
That's specifically the affordable housing housing. This applies to both markets and affordable housing. Good. Okay. Thank you for that. I've come to the end of the conditions I've got here. Were there any others that had come out either from discussions during the inquiry or any other side of the past which we did consider?
No conditions there, but just for complete clarity, so we can go back and discuss them. We're going to take away conditions 15.
Yes.
So I took a list as we were going. So condition 15, conditions 31 and 34, condition 37, condition 40, that's Mr. Moss to provide the justification, and then the final condition, the how to mix condition.
Was
I don't have a number, but it would really
it would be
pick a number at the end.
yes, that's a good summary. Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. So, if I might ask you to consider what we've discussed then, and provide me with a final advice list of conditions within the next 7 days, please. So, where are we? We're on the 11th. So that would be the 18th of June. And as you've done it here, could I please have living word for it? Right, thank you. Let us move on then to the section 106. Do we have both of our
They were here, they've disappeared again.
So it's Mr. Quelch, and it's Mann.
Yeah.
Excellent, good. Thank you very much. I understand you've been beavering away in the back office, just sorting out one last issue.
Yeah.
Perhaps you could pick that up as and when we get to it.
I think we were actually wondering if we could take with apologies, a short break because Mr. Welsh hasn't had time to take instructions from the client while he's been on the stand.
Yes.
So I think we are agreed between ourselves that
You need
Mr. Welsh needs
Would
confirmation.
20 minutes be sufficient? Okay, well, let's do that then. I'll adjourn until 10 to 12. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, given that we're breaking now for 20 minutes, can I just ask, would you plan to go straight into closings afterwards, or would you have another break? I'm just
No.
thinking about printing. I'm not thinking about.
Yeah, we'll have another break, I think. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Morning again. 11:50 and the inquiry is resumed.
May I go get my side, sir?
Please. I did say 11:50, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Okay. So let us talk about the Section 106 agreement and the obligations contained in it.
Thank you very much for giving us 20 minutes. Thank you very much. As a result of those 20 minutes, there are 2 points that have been raised by those instructing me that I do need to clarify with Miss Mann before we can go through that with you. Sir, would you give me another 5 minutes to bring the results of the 20 minutes to Miss Mann?
Okay. All right. Let's adjourn for another 5 minutes then, if you two would like to have a
Thank you
discussion.
very much.
It helped to start with this man walking you through the other sort of non-controversial bits of the agreement, or is there anything you want to discuss about it, just so we don't take up too much time?
I think we can make three, please. Oh, I need one. That's it. All right. Okay. I think we can start on the matters that I need to agree with you both, and we'll get that copy when it comes along. Okay. So the legal undertaking. I mean, my first question. This is aimed at you, Mr. Quelch, from the council's point of view. Are you happy with title and its wording and its enforceability as a Section 106 agreement under the Plan Act?
Haven't seen it yet,
Received it on the 28th of April.
did I?
And I
right.
resent that.
Have you? Okay. I haven't looked at that, sir, but so I haven't because it's still in draft. But I will need to look at that.
All right. I'll leave you to look at that, and if there is a problem, then obviously you need to resolve it. But in terms of the enforceability of the agreements and its wording, I'm going to be taking that as read unless either one of you draw something to my attention.
Yes.
My second question is, assuming there are no further changes to those that were either made in previous days or indeed this morning, it obviously would still need to be completed, so it would need to be signed. How long might that process take?
We were going to ask for,
There's three parties, isn't there? There's the
ask for 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Okay.
I haven't had any confirmation from Essex yet about their ceiling times or whether they can complete by July.
Just wondering whether they do have a specific date.
I have asked that question and haven't had a response, but 2 weeks should be safe. We'll have no problem on our side meeting quickly, and so why don't we start with 2 weeks, and if we need more for a particular reason.
It is normally the councils that are the ones that take the time because of the need to get it round. But so that would be 2 weeks. So that would be the 25th, roughly speaking, of June. Okay. In which case, let me turn to the meat of the undertaking, which is the obligations which are contained in the schedule. So my intention is just to go through each one of those. I'm needing to satisfy myself that they meet the tests set out in the SIL regulations, repeated in the framework. The first schedule is just a site plan. That's obviously not a problem. The second schedule is that relating to affordable housing. Now, my understanding is that the scheme proposes to meet the affordable housing requirements of policies H1 and H3 in full, so 40%, and then the 10-year split, 75% social rented, 25% intermediate.
Sorry to interrupt. It's 75% affordable.
Affordable rent, yes. Okay. I said social rent. Are they different?
Yes.
They are, yes, and so that's defined in the agreement as rented housing.
Does that meet the terms of the policy, Mr.
It
Crouch?
does, yes.
That's
Yes,
okay.
we're happy with the affordable rent.
That's fine. Okay, that's fine. So, and then there's a statement of common ground, which I'll confirm that to be the case. I think the only disagreement left was on weighting, but that's a planning issue, obviously. So, I'm happy with that schedule. The third schedule is relating to open space, the provision and maintenance of open space on the site. We've obviously heard some debate about the degree of weighting that should be given. Again, that's a planning matter. I couldn't see in the compliance statement that being kind of linked to any particular policy, Mr. Moss, but it's been argued obviously as a benefit as part of the scheme, so I'm happy for it to be included as a schedule. I think that's sufficient reason, justification for it. Fourth schedule was various financial contributions, one to the Essex Coast Rams. I'm not quite sure what Rams stands for. I'm sure it's some obscure moniker to it, but it's to do with ecological matter, isn't it? That's done on a straightforward cost per dwelling. The second is relating to the NHS contribution, and you were willing to go along with that. However, you've seen the other rep, and do I understand it that the obligation is now going to be changed to meet that additional request from the NHS?
The draft of the agreement that you were sent yesterday includes the uplift to the NHS contribution and an uplift request by the council to the RAMS contribution. So just for your awareness, those numbers are now different to what's in the Silver Grants agreement.
Okay, well, that's very helpful. There is an education contribution which covers a variety of things, including early years, but also childcare, primary and secondary. That was requested by the Education Authority, which was the County Council in this case, and there was also a proviso for a library contribution. Are the appellants happy with the justifications for all of those? Fifth schedule relates to, well, we're coming on to the fifth schedule relates to the highway obligation, some of the highway obligations, those relating to a sustainable transport contribution, which is worked out on a various formula and then a monitoring fee. And that was the 850,000 that we talked about earlier in the inquiry, which we now understand to cover a 5-year rather than a 4-year matter. So contribution towards the bus service, and that's been justified on the basis of various transport policies in the local plan. I'm happy with that. That's something that the appellants find these arguments benefit, so I appreciate that. The sixth schedule was second part of the highway contributions that related to a residential travel plan and a monitoring fee. Again, I have no problems with that. There is a condition that we discussed, wasn't there, which is to do with the travel plan. This is effectively the financial element of that, and that's the reason why it needs to be in the legal agreement, and the condition just requires a travel plan to be submitted. So that's just, you're happy with that? There isn't any double handling there.
I think this is to deal with that monitoring.
Seventh schedule is biodiversity net gain, and that relates to a management and monitoring plan. Again, I understand the need for biodiversity net gain. We have a number of conditions also securing that. Again, my question is somewhat similar to the other one. Is there any double handling there?
In our revisions, and again, this management and monitoring plan includes provisions that, as defined, that go beyond what's required in the conditions, including the payment of contributions for the monitoring. On-site improvement.
Thank you. looked at that. Now, in addition to those, there is an 8th schedule, I think, that's been added, which is related to cemeteries. I haven't read it in any great detail, so explain that schedule for me. What is it? What is it seeking?
I can explain that bit of that schedule to you. So essentially, that is a requirement for the cemetery extension land, as it's referred to, which is finding the effect of the approved plans. There's a requirement, so if we go through it sequentially, so the council has the right within 12 months of planning permission being granted, if we just find the long date, so within 12 months of planning permission being granted, the council can serve on the owner a notice essentially requesting that the cemetery extension land be transferred to them and setting out the timeframes in which that needs to happen. Until that long stop period, those 12 months have expired, that cemetery extension land as defined is safeguarded for the purpose of the extension of Malton Cemetery. It cannot be used for any other purpose. And that safeguarding isn't released unless and until the council confirm in writing that they won't be serving that notice, they don't want the land, or until that long stop date has passed and no notice has been served. If the council do serve that notice on the owner, then the owner must transfer the land to council in accordance with the timeframes set out in that notice. And then we also, to secure that benefit, we cannot occupy more than 125 dwellings until either the land's been transferred in accordance with that notice, or the long stop date has passed with no notice being served, or the council has confirmed they don't want that.
So from the council's point of view, are you happy with where that? And obviates the problem we had with the condition, so that's now included as part of the obligations. Good. Right, now, if I may, come on to this issue that you were discussing. Perhaps you could explain what that's about.
Yes, so this is a new night schedule, as it will be. We haven't included it in the agreement, obviously we haven't had time, but it will be. This is to deal with the nursery land, be aware of it. And essentially, so what these obligations are doing, so we have definitions of a nursery facility, which means daycare or early years child facility, which has a minimum capacity of 56 registered places. And going to country through the obligations that relate to that land and this facility. So the nursery land must be safeguarded for the provision of the nursery facility. Prior to commencement of the development, the owner must submit to the council, must submit and obtain a written agreement with the council to the location of the nursery land. That would probably be approved, and a marketing strategy for that land. From the date of approval by the council of the location, making amends as I go, and the marketing strategy, we then have 12 months to market the nursery land for the nursery facility. So that's in accordance with the approved marketing strategy. Upon completion of that 12-month period, we need to submit to the council a written report to demonstrate the marketing that's taking place and evidence of the outcome of the marketing strategy. Subsequent then to that marketing strategy being carried out, we either, so this is 1.4a, we either essentially say we've got an operator for the nursery, we're bringing forward the nursery, and then we must use reasonable endeavours to secure all the consents required to bring forward that nursery, and then we have an obligation, subject to those consents, to construct and complete the nursery on the nursery land. And we will use all reasonable endeavours to secure that the nursery facility is occupied and brought into use as soon as reasonably practical following its completion. So essentially, our marketing period is successful. We've got confidence that we've secured an operator. We're going to bring forward the nursery, and therefore we have to get all the necessary to do that, and we must comply with those consents and bring forward the nursery. If we have demonstrated, if the marketing period is unsuccessful, and we've demonstrated to the reasonable satisfaction in writing of the council that there's no reasonable prospect of the nursery land coming forward, so that's if we fail in that 12 months to secure an operator, we have to present that evidence to the council, and in that circumstance, we may apply to the council for an alternative purpose. And then we've just said really clearly, for the avoided start, the owner shall not use the nursery land for any purpose other than the nursery facility without the written approval of the
So this is the issue to do with a Class E being a very wide class. Okay, that was my question.
So it's
I was
basically
coming
that
to.
it just really clearly sets out what we need to do, and then with A, the nursery comes forward, how we do that. B, we can't do an operator. We can't do anything to that land until we have approval from the council to do anything.
Thank you. Okay, I understand it. I mean, it was going to be a condition, but now it's an obligation. And get the council happy as to how that's going to operate. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a few other drafting problems.
I appreciate it's all being done on the fly. So if there are some kind of I's to be dotted and T's to be crossed, then I'm more than happy for that to be done, so long as the purpose or the principle of what it's aiming to do remains. That's not an issue. Okay, thank you for that. That does actually raise one question that just occurs to me. Obviously, I heard evidence during the inquiry about the extent to which it was necessary to have a nursery on the site. If I were to come to the conclusion that it wasn't, and therefore this particular clause, well, would this clause still be necessary? It would probably still be necessary because it covers the point of Mr. Moss raises. Is there any blue pencil called here?
Yes, well, I was going to draw your attention to that.
Okay.
So paragraphs 1.6, 1.7 and 1.8, so they're on page 3 of the agreement, is quite a detailed blue pencil clause. So you obviously have to satisfy yourself that all the tests, the Reg 122 tests are met. And then you can basically decide that any of the obligations from this agreement are not legally effective. You just have to make that clear in your decision letter. And there's also 1.8 just about embraces. So in the event that you impose a condition on the permission of the replacement,
Okay,
any of these obligations.
just give me those paragraph numbers again. would you?
1.6, 1.7 and 1.8. So yeah, you've got an extensive blue pencil clause there.
Oh yes, gotcha.
You just need to make that clear. Sorry, not telling you how to do it in your decision letter. What you
Yeah,
want.
yeah. I do find those clauses helpful, just in case I'm sitting there mulling over these things and something goes to me that I need to consider that one. Good. Okay. I'm happy with that. So as it stands, subject to obviously the various changes that you've made, and then the timescales that we've got for finalising wording, checking title, and then signing, dating, or 2 weeks. I'm content with that as far as the obligations are concerned. Is there anything else either of you wish to draw to my attention that we haven't talked about? All right. Thank you for your endeavours this morning as well in trying getting that finalised. Okay. That then I think is everything that I need to have by way of evidence, and then we come to the last part of the inquiry, which is to hear closing submissions from known parties. I said we'd have a break. Is that something that you would still both like, Mr. Grant?
Only for printing purposes, not for
Okay. I do like to have a hard copy, so let us do that. Would 10 minutes be long enough? Okay. Let's just adjourn for 10 minutes, and I think then we push on. Is that okay? It does mean we're kind of pushing on until grim death. Are you wanting to have lunch in between the two?
Not really. Happy
Okay.
to keep going. I mean, I was also going to get mine printed after Mr. Grant has given his, because the advantage of that is if I've got anything to respond to him, I can add it to the closings rather than you have to sort of scribble it down
We'll take a short
by
break in
pen.
between
So
the two
another
then.
five.
Yeah.
But yes, I'm happy to press on and just finish.
Yeah. I'm conscious some of you have a fair journey to go afterwards, so I like to try and finish as soon as I can on the last day.
Yes.
It
Good.
helps for time budgeting purposes. Mine's 30 pages, so it'll be about an hour.
Okay, that's it. Okay, thank you. Right, well, let us adjourn then just for 10 minutes. We're adjourned until 25 past then. 12:27, the inquiry is resumed. Mr. Grant.
So, as I set out in opening, the real crux of this appeal is whether the additional 270 dwellings with their particular proposed mitigations can be accommodated on this site in its place. I start with this point because we spent a lot of time on much more general matters, on the national housing crisis, on whether the site's been earmarked, on the state of development in Malden, and I'll come to all of that.
I'm awfully sorry, it's not you, Mr. Grant. I wonder, Mr. Moss, can you see if you can stop that noise? It's just come distracting me. Sorry, Mr. Grant, but
Okay.
you're being streamed, so I don't want that to drown you out either. What did he?
People are carving. Everyone started early.
Hey, Mr. Moss. Over to you, Mr. Grant.
Thank you, sir. So we've spent a lot of time on the more general matters, and I'll come to all of that. But the need for homes isn't new. And although the appellant has laboured the effect of the housing crisis quite some way, the Secretary of State knows that. This government was elected on a platform of building and has repeatedly made statements to that effect. See the WMS as you've got on the bottom. It's promulgated the NPPF 2024, its central policy tool to get that happening. But the NPPF does not say build at any cost. It does not even say build baby build. It is a much more balanced, much more nuanced document, which acknowledges that even where there is a low housing land supply, development can still be refused if the adverse impact significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. And that's the question for this appeal. It's a fact-specific question, it's a development-specific question, and it's a question to which, as the last 2 weeks have shown, the answer is yes. So starting, sir, much time and ink has been spilled by the appellant and its various witnesses on the council, the committee, and the approach to planning in this area. I need to pick this up, sir, because a lot of the comments have not been particularly fair or accurate. However, in light of the central question asked by the NPPF, and in circumstances we are told what the approach is, even in areas with a sub-5 housing land supply, it may well be unlikely to make that much of an actual difference to the outcome. Nevertheless, points have been made, they must be answered, and in that, sir, it's important to be across the facts, not the spin. First, the council adopted a local plan which sought to provide for more than its subjectively assessed need. Second, since the local plan was adopted, the council has met or exceeded its supply requirement in every year, save for 2017 and 18, and 2018 and 19, and that latter, so, was a shortfall by just 4 votes. It's now recovered from its cumulative shortfall. It substantially increased its delivery on the rate seen in the 2000s and the early 2010s. And so says that the suggestion in the appellant's opening that delivery deteriorates is not then remotely factually accurate, as Mr. Wheeler, to be very fair to him, conceded. The council had a 5-year supply on the plan's adoption. It almost had one, 4.9 in 2020, and it had 6.35 in 2023. And that supply, of course, dropped when the new standard method came in and uplifted requirements regardless of local circumstances. But since then, the supply has improved from 2.7 to at least 3.52. Looking up at the sites making up that 5-year housing land supply, certainly the windfall ones set out in Mr. Pycroft's table 5.1, the council granted permission for the majority of them. Even looking on a site-by-site basis, of the 886 dwelling total making up that 5-year supply, the council permitted 452. Again, the majority. Mr. Wheeler pointed out that table all predates the new standard method. Fair enough. Let's look at what the council's done since then. Look at Mr. Pycroft's table 6.1. Mr. Wheeler agreed that absent a local plan, the council can only grant permission for applications received, so already, sir, the council is dependent on the actions of others. Mr. Wheeler also agreed that the decision whether to grant permission in a given case will be multifactorial, and as already said already, the MPPF does not require permission at any cost. So in that context, sir, looking at the 8 sites in table 6.1, the council's approved 3. It refused to, in accordance with the officer's recommendation, sir, and I highlight that because it's a point that the appellant in this case has put some weight on, and nobody on the appellant side has sought to introduce any evidence suggesting that those decisions were somehow wrong. And it did so refuse 3 against officer's recommendation. Now fundamentally, sir, this is quite a balanced set of decisions in this constrained district. There is now also no dispute, as Mr. outlined, the Chief of Council since then approved another 5720 sites. Moreover, sir, as part of its local plan process, the council has issued a call for sites in 2021-22, published the first feeler, undertook another call for sites, undertaken a review of its growth options, published a second feeler, reviewed its strategy in light of the government's new targets, and has now, as Mr. Moss said, the Chief, appointed a consultant to take that forward. And I start with all of this, sir, because it's simply wrong to suggest, as the appellant has, that the council has managed to keep its head very firmly in the sand, appellant's opening, or that it has done, in effect, nothing on plan making since the consultation in 2021, again, appellant's opening. And such rhetoric will undoubtedly play well in certain spheres, so the blogger sphere, the podcaster sphere. But when, as here, it's divorced from reality on the ground, of members making difficult decisions in a district everyone agrees is constrained, it does nothing but inflame tensions and obscure the real issues in here. So, sir, I'm going to turn to that. Now, against that background, sir, the issue is not, as it was set out in the appellant's opening, whether people need to wait another 3, 5, or 10 years for a meeting to adopt. That simplistic rhetoric entirely fails to engage with the questions in this case. The question is whether this specific scheme, with its specific impact, should be permitted, and the evidence shows the answer is no. We'll start, so, with sustainability and highways. Now, beginning with sustainability, Mr. Slack was challenged in Cross over why he put the sustainability of the development in issue at all. And that's pretty obvious. The sustainability of the site, by which, of course, we mean accessibility in terms of new car roads, is inextricably linked to the potential highways impact of a proposal. That shouldn't be controversial, and so even if it was, Mr. Bancroft makes this point explicitly in the rebuttal brief. MPPF 110 is passed in as much as the site either is sustainable or could be made so, and Mr. Slack accepted that. The question is whether this development has done that, and the council case is no. There are 7 important points which form the background to your consideration of this issue. 1, this is a question, the sustainability question, is about node switching. You will be familiar with all the multifactorial considerations which determine the choices by which someone will travel. For our purposes, whether there is a genuine choice of transport modes turns not on whether 1 or 2 or 3 people may travel by an alternative mode, but whether there is a reasonable number of people who will realistically take those modes. Otherwise, the policy intention will not be achieved. So Mr. Bancroft agreed with that, and it's in line with other appeal decisions. The answer to this question is not found simply by virtue of the fact that Morton Town is a sustainable, indeed the most sustainable part of this district. That might well give the proposal the best chance of being made sustainable, but it depends entirely on what opportunities are then taken. Being the best of a bad bunch doesn't make one actually sustainable. The starting point against which you need to assess sustainability of the development is that the site is not, we say, at present sustainable. The case officer didn't seem to think so, at least in the substance of what was original. I appreciate there's another paragraph saying something. The Essex note that the site does not have an existing reasonable level of daytime bus service and is located on the far side of the busy Modern Ring Road. That's the Silver response we've got. Mr. Slacks produced evidence on the current barriers to sustainability. And although, sir, the site has been discussed for potential development in both past and future local plan documents, neither say that the site is now sustainable. The site was identified, not allocated, as a reserved site in the submission plan. No sustainability appraisal was done at that point, and it was removed in response to a concern raised by the inspector about the absence of evidence on impact. Noted, sustainability and highways are interrelated. While Mr. Wheeler seeks to focus on paragraph 217 of the inspector's report noting the site is developable or deliverable, in context it's quite clear the inspector's considerations had to put highways to one side in the absence of evidence, paragraphs 105, 180, 215 and 216. He didn't have that evidence, and quite clearly the concern was such a real one that he was not comfortable proceeding in its absence. Once the site was subject to a sustainability assessment, it noted that given the distance from the town centre, there could potentially be increased dependency on private vehicle use for access to employments and services or facilities. And so the footnote here just deals with the suggestion that was mooted and then withdrawn about whether RHDV and the sustainability assessment was post-hoc justification. A much wider parcel of land, 128 hectares extending all the way to Bridleway 30, has been considered. That, of course, is a very early stage document and it's realistically high level. Moreover, so, of course, sustainability is intrinsically linked to the size and deliverability of facilities and other uses, some of which the Keeler itself anticipates. And insofar so as reliance is placed on CDQ27, that concerned a much smaller development. Whilst the routes outside the development may well be the same, inside the development a larger site 6 times across. For example, that decision explicitly references the close proximity of Morrison's, but it's going to be a much further route for people at the top of our site to reach that supermarket than it will be for those in the 3 dwellings in Q27. So, sir, fourth point, there's a good degree of congruity in the various guidance documents. A walkable neighbourhood is typically considered 800 metres or a 10-minute walk. That's been manual for streets and planning for walking. That assumes, of course, there are certain walking speed and those with mobility impairments, heavy shopping, small children, and like slower. Travelling by bus, fifth point, walking to the stop is just one leg in a multimodal journey. The latest CIHT guidance indicates that for less frequent routes, more than every 12 minutes, a maximum walking distance should be 300 metres. The guidance was endorsed by the 2 bus companies, Stagecoach and Go Ahead, who also had the 400 metres to be a maximum distance. Sixth preliminary point. So both experts, of course, refer to the WYG report. And this paper, presented at a conference some 10 years ago now, appears not to have been peer-reviewed. Its recommendations are based on National Travel Survey data with all of the limitations that entails. They've also not been adopted by the CAHT or any other group or indeed the Secretary of State in subsequent guidance. So it's a factor to consider. Even Mr. Slack's evidence refers to it, but it's respectively suggested it should weigh less than official guidance documents. And insofar as Mr. Bancroft sought to update that paper, call that Appendix F as proof, as Mr. Slack outlined, if one looks at the data which he's done, it doesn't realistically show an increased propensity to walk, and the specific table, in fact, is comparing apples with oranges. Seventh point, sir. In cross-examination, Mr. Bancroft was clear he did not rely on the southern allocations as any sort of precedent. So then you can perhaps disregard the part of his pedestrian accessibility review entitled Setting Precedent, which talks about those allocations. So, sir, against that background, the Council's case is the site does not remain sustainable. And even allowing for the differences in measurement between SLR and RGB, the vast majority of key facilities are well outside the 800 metre neighbourhood envelope, as is set out even by Mr. Bancroft's own table. With the exception of St Francis, all of the primary schools are at least 1,200 metres away, as are the major retail outlets, including Morrison's and healthcare centres. Therefore, entirely unlikely those with small children or shopping or mobility issues or indeed health issues will choose walking as an alternative to a private car. And that's so that we can get to the quality of the routes, a point on which, of course, you've seen and will, of course, need to take a view. And the figures on bus stop accessibility, set out in Mr. Bancroft's rebuttal proof, are now agreed, as Mr. Slack confirmed in chief. As there is 32% of the site is within 400 metres of the bus stop, it must follow that even less than that is within the 300 metre recommendation by the CIHT. Taking into account the timing of the bus every 30 minutes, the journey time, 30 minutes-ish, the other elements that make up a door-to-door route, door to the bus stop to the destination, then you get to the stage so that, as Mr. Slack outlined for you, it's simply not realistic to suggest the bus would be a significant alternative mode. Now, so that must be right, because the travel plan, the appellant's own travel plan, targets no modal shift in bus. See that table 4.2. So any shifts are hoped to be from the private car walking and cycling lines to short distance routes. That's put to Mr. Slack in cross-examination that the bus would be a genuine alternative for some users, and he agreed, but that sets the bar far too low. The real question is whether it's a realistic alternative for a reasonable amount of it, and it obviously isn't. So for all those reasons, sir, while the site work might well be capable of being made sustainable, it isn't now, and it hasn't been. So that brings us to highways. And as the inquiry has progressed, hopefully the issues have been narrowed. The appellant has abandoned reliance on Section 6 of the TA. The appellant has also abandoned reliance on the contextual matters that Mr. Bancroft repeatedly sought to mention in his proof and in chief and in some parts of cross-examination to try and indicate that Section 7 of the TA was overly proportionate. That deals with matters such as the South Borden Relief Road, the issue of double counting, points raised in cross about changing travel behaviour. So the issue for you, sir, is whether the residual cumulative impact of the matters identified either in the TA Section 7 or Mr. Slack's proof Appendix D are severe for the purposes of the NPPF. Now on this, sir, once we stand back from the complex pattern of elaborations, clarifications, obfuscations, and I don't mean to be rude buts deployed by Mr. Bancroft and Cross, the following points have become clear. Starting with the policy approach, sir, first, there's no dispute between us that severity is a high bar. Second, sir, severity is a quintessential matter of judgment. There's no guidance on it in the NPPF or PPG or any other published document. There are some various Inspector and Secretary of State decisions, but these are simply examples of how decisions have been made on other schemes. They're not generally intended to provide guidance and are written for the parties to whom they're addressed. They're rarely accompanied by sufficient evidence and detailed and true comparisons to be made. They're also, sir, frankly, not entirely consistent, and in the absence of any sort of published guidance, it's proof positive that none have been considered sufficiently important by the Secretary of State, or indeed any other professional institution, to be considered as guidance. Third point, sir, is we agree between us that it's the cumulative impact that has to be severe. That means self-evidently that the other developments and traffic and their impact will have to be taken into account. And whilst Mr. Bancroft and Mr. Simons repeatedly focused on the specific proportional impact of the development under appeal, which I will come to, it must be viewed in the context of the others, and that necessarily affects the acceptability of that impact. Now, so this follows from my view key points. The first is that the wording of the NPPF includes the word cumulative. Second, sir, follows from common sense. Mr. Bancroft agreed that highway capacity is, absent additional expansion, a finite resource. There comes a point where demand exceeds supply and the highway breaks down. Therefore, also agreed with Mr. Bancroft that the impact of the development can be very different depending on the pre-existing state of the highway. A highway with lots of capacity can take many vehicles without an adverse effect. A highway near, at, or over capacity might well not be able to do so. So the impacts and importance of it depends on the context, and indeed the policy wouldn't be able to protect highway capacity if that wasn't the case. And indeed, so it must be agreed that a small amount of traffic can, in fact, in a given case, have a severe impact. You'll recall I specifically asked Mr. Bancroft hypothetical about 10 developments, each with a small individual impact, but as an overall severe one. And I asked whether his approach would authorise that, and he said no, because at some point, one of the small developments would be the difference. So that being so, sir, it must be the case that the small impact of a development, not of itself necessarily severe, can be so when added to an already overburdened network. Now again, so that of course makes logical sense, and is frankly the only way to avoid death by 1,000 cuts on this precious resource. And again, so this approach also accords with at least 2 appeal decisions. The references. The lighter one, so ID9, is one where an addition of 1% caused development traffic, but was severe when taken cumulatively. So that's the background, that's the policy. But how do we judge it in this? Now, as a starting point, so all parties use the junction software and examine its outputs. While Mr. Bancroft repeatedly sought to point out that the particular algorithm that he used hasn't been updated since the 70s, A, Junctions is and remains the market-leading industry standard software. B, it takes a variety of detailed information about the junction and traffic passing through it. C, precisely because of its market-leading position, had anyone ever expressed concern about the algorithm, the people behind Junctions could well have opted to all of this was agreed with Mr. Bancroft. So Junction software is both reliable and fundamentally, and as Mr. Bancroft agreed, the best tool we've got. No party's giving you anything else to look at beyond the general uncontentious point that models have to be interpreted. Now that software, so Junctions, gives us RFC, vehicle numbers, not vehicle numbers, queue times, and levels of service. RFC gives us a ratio of theoretical capacity, with 0.85 being considered practical capacity and 1 being higher than that theoretical threshold. Queue times, PCUs, give you clear numbers. But it's the RFC and the level of service which relates those numbers to a specific junction and explains how that junction is working and gives you that contextual understanding. So in terms of what you should be looking for, Mr. Slack indicated that the impact will be severe if the RFC is at 1 or above. Now that was criticised for absurdity during Mr. Slack's cross-examination, not for him to say entirely fairly, but it would help to get the road network. And we acknowledge, of course, that there are some appeal decisions where the RFC is higher than 1 and the decision that Chris found the impact on severe, ID8, so 1 to 50. Fine. But that approach does at least give you a contextual metric to look at. And Mr. Slack's evidence stands in marked contrast to that of Mr. Bancroft, who even in your questions, sir, put mine to one side, even in your questions, was singularly unable to give you any indication of what severity would look like, beyond stating and restating that it wasn't met here, and none of the many various and disparate points he made to try and justify his position bear any degree of scrutiny. First, sir, he was not able to give you any indication of nationally what a severe impact would be. Now, bearing in mind, sir, he focused on queue delays, and bearing in mind he was adamant with me across that 28 seconds is 28 seconds, and is contextually felt the same, whether it's here in Malden or on the M1, it's somewhat surprising that he was not able to give you any indication of some sort of objective threshold of severity that could be applied nationwide. It's also surprising, sir, if he had been right, that no institution has promulgated that guidance either, and that the junction software gives you and whilst he kept referring to the length of time when the appeal decision extracted in its proof, that decision is almost a decade old. It's obviously one that was taken in the particular context of the case. And we don't actually have that context, and we've only been providing short extracts. And of course, it's never been adopted by the Secretary of State's guidance. So, taking all of that together, rather indicates Mr. Bancroft's suggestion that 28 seconds is 28 seconds is actually not right. And that what you actually need to do is a contextual analysis of the junction, which is a point, sir, as you'll remember, Mr. Bancroft initially agreed with before residing from it when he realised it was problematic. But even at looking at matters contextually, Mr. Bancroft couldn't tell you what a severe delay figure would be for this junction. He has no idea. And indeed, when you pressed him, sir, he said it might depend on the context and gave you an example of a junction where a queue might tail back to a blind corner, creating a safety concern. But that's safety, sir, not severity of impact, and everyone's agreed that those are two very different components of MPPS 186. So it might well be the case that you don't feel able to fully agree with either witness's approach entirely. And given that this is a question of judgment and there's no public guidance, that can perhaps be unsurprising. But looking at matters holistically, as again Mr. Bancroft, to be fair, did ask me to do, the Council admits the impact severe. Now the appellants contests Mr. Slack's calculation, so okay, let's start by using theirs in the TA. Look at the total cumulative impact. Taking up the addendum transport statement on the ground, we end up with an 83-second delay on the Whitehall approach in the AMP, 95-second delay on the Linebrook Way approach in the AMP, 177-second delay on the Whitehill approach in the PMP. And so this is a commuter area, a residential area. It's not the M25, it's not the M1. The driver's experience of this will be those returning from work or from taking children to school or after school activities, sorry. And that experience of congestion will be felt more pronounced and more frustrating than the same delay might be felt, say, elsewhere. And it's precisely because of this context that the delay will be felt again and again and again in the daily lives of both current and future residents and anyone else using the route. You get some indication of that simply looking at the number of vehicles predicted to be in the queues themselves. And there's a longitudinal element here, so Mr. Wheeler and longitudinal element here. Now, Mr. Wheeler and Cross made the very fair point that there will be daily fluctuations, and there will. But A, so those go both ways, plus and minus, and B, that's rather why it's important to have multiple days of survey data to put in the model at the start of this process. And of course, the appellant didn't do that. It had it one day, which Essex said it was in a month that's not representative. So let's pick up that longitudinal element. So look at the impact over the total course of, say, a year. A 3-minute delay, 180 seconds, so marginally above the 177 on the appellant's figures. But once a day, 3 days a week, 48 weeks of work a year, 432 minutes, start about. Divide by 60, that's over 7 hours a year. Full working day for every driver in the queue. And that number, of course, goes up if anyone's caught on the wrong links in the AM and PM peaks, or B, caught in peak hours on the wrong links more than 3 times a week. Say, purely hypothetically, they would do 4 days. Now, it will of course be said, sir, that that's total impact, and we should be focusing on the impact of this development. Well, yes, it is total impact, so we'll put it another way, the cumulative impact. But sure, let's look at the proportion. Compare tables 7.2 and 7.3 of the TA. The development changes, the first, so the development changes the level of service of the junction from an E to an F in the AMP on one of the links, sorry, I forgot. Let that sink in. On a close contextual analysis of this junction, using market-leading software, this development is what moves an arm from being unstable to failing entirely. It is the tipping point. And so this must be an important point, because you'll remember, sir, that Mr. Bancroft thought whether the level of service change was sufficiently important enough during my cross-examination on a completely different question that he wanted to go to Mr. Slack's proof and pointed to it and say, look, this isn't changing level of service. So it must be important. That development results in the queue and delay almost doubling in the AMP from 44 seconds to 83 seconds and adding a delay increase of about 40% in the PMP. Looking at the addendum statement of common ground, it adds 39 seconds in the AMP to the A414 Wick Hill approach. That's an 88% increase. 34 in the AMP to the B1 Linebrook Way approach, 56% increase. And 51 in the PMP to the White Hill Arm, 40% increase. And again, so in terms of real time, doing just that same math over the course of the year, 3 days a week, 48 weeks a year, the White Hill approach is going to consume 3.32 hours of cumulative time. So that is 3.32 hours, not 3 hours, 32 minutes. Just my conversion rates in Excel don't extend to quite that ability. 1.56 hours of that, almost half, is due to the development. In the AMP, the Linebrook Way approach is due to consume 3.8 hours, of which 1.36, again 35%, is due to this development. In the PMP, this is where we get the 7 hours a year. 2 of that, sir, 2 hours a year is due to this development. They're not insignificant numbers, and significant amounts of time and life wasted in a traffic queue instead of at home with friends, or family, or at work. And if you use the council's figures, sir, Mr. Slack's proof, the figures are higher. And of course, Mr. Slack's proof is the only one that uses the direct rather than flat profile, so there is good reason to do it. The AMP delays on the A414 Wick Hill approach, some 3.8 hours, the development 1.36 for that. AMP on the Linebrook Way approach, we're up to almost 8 hours a year, which the development is 2.2. And the PMP, again, 7.92 hours, of which the development is 2. So turning to some points made against us, the fact that any movements may be within what might be expected from daily variations, just not an answer. Any movements would be in addition to the daily variations agreed by Mr. Bancroft and indeed as set out in one of the appeals. And Mr. Bancroft was at pains to exercise this as just one junction, and we might well see the point made that it's just certain arms of that junction. And that's true. But as the figures set out above, it's one junction, not some arms used again and again and again over the course of people's daily lives. Frankly, so it's likely to be small comforts and that other parts of the network can't experience it in impact because they're still stuck in traffic for a whole working day a year. So for all these reasons, sir, the impact should be considered severe. And finally, sir, on this point, much play has been made by the appellant of the role of Essex County Council. As Mr. Bancroft agreed, very fairly, you're perfectly able to depart from their view, and factors which might affect whether you do so include the extent to which ECC has reviewed all relevant documents, whether it's made any clear and obvious mistakes, whether it's appeared to have its decision defended, and the quality of its review. And each of those factors are weighed against giving any particular weight to the views of Essex in this case, and I'll take each in turn. It's quite clear, sir, from the evidence of Mr. Slack, Mr. Bancroft, that Essex have not reviewed any of the material related to this appeal. They've limited themselves to materials at application stage that haven't reviewed or engaged with the criticisms or concerns by Mr. Slack. Second, Essex has made clear and obvious mistakes. Notwithstanding Mr. Bancroft's assertion that Essex has been diligent in its review and scrutiny of matters, not sure I'd say diligent involves not looking at any appeal documents, it failed to realise that the statement of common ground it signed wrongly suggested the TA had employed an hourly junction profile. And contrary to the suggestion made by Mr. Wheeler's chief that this was clearly a typo, it's obviously not a typo, sir. It's a short typographical error. This sentence says that it's an hourly profile, and then explains what an hourly profile is. It's not a typo, sir. It's a mistake. Essex got it wrong. And to this list of clear and obvious errors, sir, we can also add now in light of ID 11, that Essex can't tell the difference between a 4 and a 5, which one might have thought to be quite an important point when dealing with modelling conjunctions. And it's given clear, reasoned, and entirely inconsistent evidence to this inquiry about its bus contribution. Compare Sir ID 11 with the letter it gave to Mr. Bancroft for his rebuttal proof. Now, so given those points, one might have thought Essex could have turned up to defend its decision. Nope, it's not appeared. Both Mr. Bancroft and Mr. Slack have, and have had their approach subject to the rigours of this process. Nor is the quality of Essex's reasoning particularly fulsome. It set out a detailed pre-application response, outlining numerous issues with the appellant's draft TA. Many of those were still in the appellant's section 6. And even after both section 7 and the TAA, Essex still acknowledged that there are some errors in transposition which may slightly exaggerate capacity. But it went on to conclude there are no severe impacts and gave no indication why. And most importantly, sir, I think on this significant and vexed question of what severe actually is and how it's judged, we have radio silence from Essex. We've got nothing. It's not the fact that we have little reasoning on the point, we have no reasoning on this point. They just say, no, it's not. Now, it's entirely unclear how Essex has approached that, whether that approach is in any way reliable. Even putting aside the numbers, did they get the algebra right? We don't know. So for all those reasons, sir, you can safely depart from the views of Essex in this case. And it's worth noting, of course, that the officer's report, which on this topic was also entirely reliant on it. Sorry, it's worth noting, of course, the officer's report was on this topic also entirely reliant on Essex. So if they fall, so does that bit of the OR. And taking that together, sir, for those reasons, you should consider the impact of this development with its minimum mitigation to be severe. Turning to landscape and character impact, sir. As I set out in opening, the dispute here is really quite closely confined. We should, however, prefer the evidence of Mr. Cowlin for the reasons given during the round table. As you've been to the site, we'll have been able to form your views. I'll keep this section relatively brief. Although again, I reiterate it's a scheme-specific discussion, as Mr. Cowlin emphasised during the round table on the bits of land section. Smaller scheme, one focused on the southern portion of the site, might well have had less of it. Beginning, so landscape character and impact, and beginning with sensitivity, the crux of the dispute seems to be where the various experts place the scale. As Mr. Cowlin outlined, the top end of the scale is not limited to national designations and must be applicable to local areas of exceptional quality, even if not of sufficient size for national designation. For example, the Danbury area. Once the scale is understood as extending from more than attractive countryside to valued landscape which is not limited to national designations, this landscape is moderately above ordinary everyday landscape. A number of key features are set out in Mr. Cowlin's proof and rely on those in the full. Those include, for example, mature oak trees and deeply attractive wider rural setting. Turning to magnitude, now while the parties are close on the semantic scale, as Mr. Cowlin outlined, that's not a fine-grained analysis. It's the narrative and the explanations behind the judgments that are key, as Bolivia makes clear. The appeal site for rural countryside is separate from Malden, part of the wider attractive countryside to the west. It helps inform the perception of Malden as a hilltop town, but unlike particular points made in the LBIA, Malden is not a moderating effect on the countryside. This all forms the context for magnitude assessment, where the appeal site begins to sit in front of Malden's woodland skirt and introduces the form into part of the landscape in composition with the moment as an existing development, and which forms that rural context for Malden itself. So the significant adverse effects, in Mr. Mitchell's words, the fundamental change, go much further than the site itself, which is where Mr. Mitchell limits it. We invite you therefore to prefer the evidence of Mr. Cowlin. Turning to visual effects, you'll have noted from the round table the difference is really quite narrow. But some key points. First, Mr. Cowlin outlined that while planting around the cemetery might screen the view of the houses, it changes the visual outlook of the cemetery experience. Now, that's a point that was made very powerful by Mr. Jennings, and of course comes up in other areas of this case. In the same way, houses will be exposed in the view for Bridleway 30, and as planting takes root, some of the current understanding of that view will be lost, as it is the site field which forms part of the upslope to Malden behind it, and even planting can't mitigate that effect. And so just as a quick note on the appellant's visualisation, it's helpful that it was done, but as Mr. Cowlin noted, it was an overcast day, and look at the lack of contrast. That recedes the development of the scene, and it will contrast us to many, many photo montages, I imagine all of us in this room will have seen, which take place at nice sunny days with blue skies, and one imagines birds singing. It just wasn't enough. So again, so we invite you to prefer the evidence from Mr. Cowlin. Private housing land supply, sir. Now, you may not need to resolve this at all. The parties are agreed on a range. It's been updated, so in ID 16 and 17, both Mr. Moss and Mr. Wheeler have confirmed that wherever you land within that range does not affect the rate that you give to the supply of housing. But why? The defendant specifically asked for the housing land supply roundtable. We don't know. It appears to have been to give Mr. Pycroft an opportunity to repeat orally the points that he'd already made in writing. Okay. So to save your pen, we respectfully suggest that this case can be decided. But in deference to the fact that the arguments have been made and ventilated, I'll do them. Before I do so, there are three overarching points. The first is, as Councillor Fitting outlined, some modelling judgment established that deliverability in the old NPP application required a reasonable prospect. A site could be delivered within 5 years, not certainty. True it is, of course, that the definition has changed slightly, but the key text the Court of Appeal was interpreting, to be considered deliverable, sites should be available now for a suitable location and be achievable with a realistic prospect, that all still features in the current definition. Had the Secretary of State wished to abandon that approach, clearer words would have been needed. Second, as Councillor Pittock outlined, there's a real difference between the parties on the approach to be taken to evidence and forecast. Now, Mr. Pycroft, of course, focuses on particular points and evidence in individual sites, and that relies on individual input from, for example, the developers. The Councillor Pittock's looked in detail, from scratch, past records and forecasts, and that, of course, has the benefit of ironing out, over time, through the views of a larger data set, any individual idiosyncrasies, and that's been reconciled, so, against Litchfield's start-to-finish report as an added sense check. And third, so, of course, we had extensive reference to the appeal decisions in Mr. Pycroft's appendix to his proof that these suffer from the same limitations as the ones we discussed in traffic and transport. They're single instances of decisions being made, don't often provide full context, and not generally intended to provide guidance. And the point you made, sir, in another context, there may well be decisions going the other way at one time. So the sites. Site 1, difference between the 87 units. As Councillor Pittock explained, there's been a delay relating to the land ownership position, but this is now sorted, with the site having been sold to Taylor Wimpey. And will, sir, as you noted, want to return, and probably shortly, which have a pro forma response indicating they expect to be on site in 2027, with completion to commence in 28-29, and that's in line, sir, with the Council's own data expectations. And while Mr. Pycroft makes the point that the Council now considers the proposal to deliverable, where it hasn't in, for example, past sources of supply, that's explained, sir, by the fact that the route and branch review undertaken by Councillor Pittock. The proposal put forward by the Council for 87 units, and that's well below the 120 predicted by the developer in the pro forma. 87 units is frankly, sir, therefore quite a conservative estimate, notwithstanding the criticisms made by Mr. Pycroft. The Council submits this constitutes the evidence required. Site 2, sir, as noted in the round table, this has now been agreed, does not come forward. No issue. Site 3, another 87 unit one. Now, Councillor Pittock opened the round table, or this part of the round table, noting the complexities of the site and the data is perhaps not as helpfully presented as it could have been. Unfortunately, how right he was, given the regrettable confusion caused by the misnumbering in CDL2, which has now been clarified in IDs 13 and 16. For the site we're concerned with, an RM application was validated in 2025 for 132 bungalows and 100 flats, and that's due to feature a committee decision later this month. In line with local evidence, one would expect this to deliver about AMR Year 3. A challenge by Bidwells in another context suggested it could take place earlier, as Councillor Pittock told you in the round table. But Councillor Pittock's already pushed this back to AMR Year 4 out of an abundance of caution. So again, sir, 87 units is reasonable. Latchington, 21 units now. This is in his ward, Councillor Pittock's ward, and it's progressed faster than anticipated. We have photos of starts on site, and 114 weeks is the period anticipated in the central delivery. Although Mr. Pycroft took issue with the fact that Dandara is not advertising the site, that may well be because they have others they wish to sell first, but it doesn't mean the site will not be completed within the time and won't be, and is therefore not deliverable. Dandara are, as Councillor Pittock noted, the new kid on the block with big growth ambitions. In the Council's case, so is entirely in line with local evidence, and that should be not and. It's not that, sorry, and Litchfield starting. The full 160 units should be included, so we should get our 20. 9 Church Road, sir, a difference of 49 units. The Council's reached out to the developer, but we've heard little back, and so we are frankly relying on the statistical evidence. Windfalls, notwithstanding Mr. Pycroft's suggestion that the Council has not included a windfall previously, one with which Councillor Pittock doesn't really agree. There seems to be no dispute that there should be an allowance for water in this case, so that is required. The difference between this is therefore only 29 units, 109 in their case, 138 in ours. And as Councillor Fittick explained, he has initially sceptical of the officer's previous 138 figure, looked at matters again from the ground up and come up with one that's very similar. So for all these reasons, sir, should you be minded to make a housing management decision? Noting, of course, what you said about it not being the most interesting part of the decision. The council submits 3.97 positions to right. And so I come to therefore to the planning balance. Now, sir, our primary case is that the impact of development is severe in NPPF. Now, if that's right, sir, fairly sure both witnesses agree the appeal should be dismissed. As Mr. Wheeler confirmed in cross, NPPF 116 is in effect a veto. Standalone, reason for refusal, do not pass go. Thank you and good night. So the remainder of this is on our secondary case, which deals with the situation if you don't think traffic impacts are severe. So starting with some of the benefits, housing and affordable housing, there's no dispute. Housing and affordable housing are benefits of this proposal. We submit these should be given significant weight, one knocked down from the top in line with Mr. Moss's proof in chief, and the inspector's decisions quoted therein. Also important to note that while many points were put to Mr. Moss on the basis that he had somehow downgraded weight for one reason or for another, not just in housing but in others too, they all took as a starting point the premise that higher weight should be accorded. Often, not always, but often because of the officer's report, which is a separate document written by a different person. And as Mr. Moss explained, he didn't start with higher weight and downgrades. Now, he may well have had regard to policy requirements, but he's entitled to do so as a benchmark. History makes that clear. So all those arguments, sir, those over legalistic points must fall away. Turning to the cemetery extension, this is absolutely not worth the substantial weight put by Mr. Wheeler. And there is, I'm afraid, something deeply unattractive about this case. As Mr. Wheeler accepted, the benefit to the public of the cemetery expansion is in the cemetery's use, of which it needs to be provided to the council and developed. Well, the appellant is offering to sell the cemetery at market value to the council, and it's then for the council to build it. So there's no public benefit there. The only claimed benefit then is the planning permission will be granted, but one must ask how valuable that is in this case. The planning permission sought, sir, isn't severable. Nobody suggested severableness. So cemetery use will be tied to the wider development satisfactorily coming forward, not, for example, lapsing. And so as an additional point, of course, tied to appropriate reserve matters being made and brought forward and agreed. So this is not a particularly valuable public benefit at all, particularly where cemetery use could well be granted separately. We'll come back to that in a moment. And just from a planning perspective, the cemetery is not intrinsically linked to the actual development of the wider site. It's not part of the main development. It won't be used as part of the main development. It's quite clearly sort of bolt-on to this application, included solely for the purpose of trying to buoy the planning merits of this case. Mr. Wheeler's attempt in cross-examination to claim otherwise because of the landscaping around the cemetery expansion, with the greatest respect, doesn't bear scrutiny. And there is something we say deeply unattractive from a planning perspective about trying to prop up an otherwise unacceptable development by seeking permission for other disparate things simply by extending a red line boundary. And in fact, so even from a basic common sense perspective, the fact the appellant has said, heard from Mr. Wheeler in chief, that it just won't engage with any sale to the council unless and until it gets this permission demonstrates this is little more than an attempt to try and ransom the council. If that doesn't work out, bearing in mind this is all now in your hands, sir, not ours, there's nothing to suggest that either the appellant will not then engage, or that the council will not be able to oppose the grant of planning permission on that land for anything other than a cemetery use. Now, so the appellant will make a point about the rationality of considering alternatives, and my learned friends very kindly let me know what case you're relying on. It's the substation action one, but as that case made it clear, where there are adverse planning impacts of a proposal, it is open to you to consider the prospect of alternative proposals on the same site with less harm. And so look at the Langley Park School for Girls case cited in 209, the substation action decision. So the suggestion that Mr. Moss's approach was irrational in the legal sense is therefore just wrong. So for all these reasons, the weight to be given to the cemetery extension is at most moderate, as Mr. Moss outlined, and it's certainly not substantial. Turning to the children's nursery, sir, Mr. Moss accords it significant weight. One down from his top, Mr. Wheeler is actually lower. He says significant weight, but that's his midpoint of the scale, so I leave it to you. Finally, sir, still with the energy strategy, well, actually not finally, there's a couple more, sorry. I come to the energy strategy. Now, there is, I'm afraid, a logical inconsistency in the appellant's case. The development will give rise to adverse greenhouse emissions. Those are not taken into account as negative. The appellant wants, however, credit for the steps it takes to reduce those emissions. It wants those taken into account as a benefit. And there's two problems with this. So first, insofar as a measure is simply consuming the development's own smoke, it's a mitigation, not a benefit. This stream makes that clear. Second, and in light of the fact that the appellant points out it's going more than what's required by Part L and the future home standard, it's logically incoherent to only include the benefit and then not also in the scales the harm that benefit is seeking to offset or reduce. Now, of course, so the appellant's not sought to quantify or introduce any evidence of that. But so even taking it at its highest and turning to the substance of the benefit mitigation, it's material, sir, to note that the amount of this benefit has reduced over the course of this appeal. When Mr. Wheeler originally asked you to give significant weight to the matter, he did so on the basis of 60 to 80% reduction in CO2 emissions. That's his table 2. The latest note, which must come with some caveats, sir, as I've put in the footnote, but I take it at its highest. The latest note indicates that whilst the absolute reduction has gone up, it's given us that sort of 90% figure. The difference between what's being provided and the future mandatory baseline has reduced, sir. And it's reduced to that 10 to 15% figure set out in ID SID 2, 12, section 3. And Mr. Wheeler confirmed in cross that's the figure he wanted you to look at. Moreover, while Mr. Wheeler also sought to rely on the 15% savings to occupants in terms of financial money, an element of that will also likely come through simply through complying with Part L in the Future Home Standard 2026, particularly so given the stringent requirement for 40% PV panels by ground area as opposed to the 25% rooftops provided here. Now, I'm not saying so that 25 on rooftops is low, we just don't know how these points compare. We, of course, don't have any details of what that saving would be, or any particularly detailed explanation of the approach beyond Item 12, because notwithstanding Mr. Wheeler again very fairly accepting this is a relevant and important matter in their case, the appellant never brought it to your attention. Future Home Standard's not covered anywhere in any of the documents, either before or after it being laid before Parliament, so that's March this year, and is covered by Mr. Wheeler's cross. There isn't actually any good reason for that. So taking all that together, Mr. Moss's limited weight, to the extent its benefits at all, should be preferred. Public open space, sir, for the reasons outlined by Mr. Moss, and as you heard from Ms. Dodsley, a resident who actually knows how the residents will work, it's unlikely to realistically be used other than by those in the development, so to its limited weight. Economics, sir, these are, as Mr. Wheeler accepted in cross, largely the same as any economic benefits from any housing development, while some reference was made in passing in chief to the detailed notes attached to Mr. Wheeler's proof. It sets out a number of figures without any sort of calculation of support. Fundamentally, these are the kind of generic economic benefits that one normally sees. In any event, Mr. Wheeler and Mr. Moss are aligned on a moderate weighting. BNG and active travel infrastructure serve limited weight for the reasons set out in Mr. Moss's proof. So I turn to harms, and again, I pick up with transport. There was some debate about the role of non-severe impacts of the plan of balance, and so the scheme's not complex. Starting point, sir, as a matter of law, adverse traffic impacts of development, whatever they may be, whatever weighting, are obviously material considerations that fall to be taken account somewhere in the planning balance. They easily fall within the definition of material considerations in terms of touching and concerning the planning, etc. It's a matter of weight as starting point entirely for you. The NPPF is a policy document that is then superimposed on that legal position. It does not purport to, and indeed could not, exclude adverse traffic impacts from consideration. So it's common ground that adverse traffic impacts, even if not severe, fall to be taken into account. Now, the NPPF scheme is not complicated. 116 places a policy limitation on when traffic impacts can, by themselves, without more, lead to development being reviewed. It's the veto that I discussed with Mr. Wheeler. And that's clear both from the development being prevented or refused, and the fact the limbs that are allowed to be prevented or refused deal with particularly harmful outcomes. So we're talking an unacceptable impact, or I would say severe residual cumulative impact. NPPF 115, and in particular 115, requires a decision maker to ensure that any significant impacts can be cost effectively mitigated to an acceptable degree. That in itself is a policy requirement, failure to comply with which is a breach, which the decision maker may prescribe weight in the balance. Again, Mr. Wheeler, accept. If it's going to be suggested that any passage in the NPPF directs the weight to be given to non-severe traffic impacts, so that is obviously wrong. Where adverse traffic impacts aren't severe, but still thought to be taken into account, the NPPF is completely silent on what weight to give it, in contrast to the many, many, many other places where the NPPF explicitly deals with weight. We do know, though, that the NPPF at least contemplates failure to comply with 115 generally, that should say, so 115D, can have a substantial significant impact because it's explicitly referred to in paragraph 11, footnote 9, as one of the matters that might have a sufficient impact to refuse permission, even with the tilt applied. So there can be no argument that the NPPF directs no weight to be given to such impact, and indeed that's not a line taken by any witness before you. And indeed, such an approach would be out of line with other appeal decisions. Even ID8, which the appellant put in, weighs adverse traffic impacts in the balance. So that is where the question of interpretation ends. After that, we're in application territory, judgment territory, your judgment territory. All the professional planners before you agree the adverse impact must carry some weight. It must follow that consideration is capable in a given case of tipping balance. The very fact it has some weight means it must affect the scales. And so on an evenly matched pair of scales, even a very, very small amount of weight must be capable of tipping the balance one way or the other as part of the broader basket, not on its own, but as part of the broader basket. And again, so Mr. Wheeler agreed with all of that. So that principle, that even a small amount of weight must be able to, that should say tip the balance, not tilt the balance, so not particularly helpful phrasing given the NPPF terms, able to tip the balance must equally apply in tilted balance territory. Yes, sir, that will only be the case where there's more in the harms column than the benefits column, and we might not just be making significantly and demonstrably. That's the point of the tilt. But in theory, in principle, adverse traffic impact, even if not severe, when added to other harms, can be enough to push that basket of negatives, to make that basket of negatives heavy enough to significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. I don't understand. I thought Mr. Wheeler had agreed with that, but given there's some discussion, so I just ask you to check your note. So even if you do think the impacts are not severe, they are nonetheless significant. Set out the maths above. Mr. Wheeler agreed the longitudinal impact of any highways issues should be considered. And so that says the only way you can properly start to compare the highways impacts with the claimed benefits of, say, the homes. Of course, the homes we're talking about, they want the operational benefits over time. And so for all those people, that's 7 to 8 hours a year, which the development is 2. That means time away from family, from friends, from dogs, from not being economically productive. It means restriction on their freedom and ability to travel, which will hit those with burdens, and include small children in that, shopping or disabilities, particularly hard. So it does weigh in the balance, and as Mr. Moss says, it weighs significantly so, substantially so, whatever the top of the grading is you choose. And moreover, sir, there being substantial adverse impacts which are not reduced to an acceptable level, there's been a freestanding breach of 115D. Landscape, sir, whatever experts' view you align with, or indeed if you're somewhere in between, there's no dispute landscape impacts are permanent and reversible. Once the land is built on, it can't be undone. Mr. Moss's significant weighting, therefore, should be preferred. The tree removal, of course, there will be the removal of several trees of over 100 years old. Now, this in itself is a loss to balance, even though over the long term, others will grow. The moderate weight's appropriate for this. Heritage. Now, there's no dispute there's an impact on the grade 2 listed headland barn, and that, of course, triggers the NPPF grade weight test. For the reasons given by the Council's Conservation Officer, there's also an impact on the cemetery itself. And the number of the disputes between us on that latter point comes down to whether you think the planting, which will obscure the views out, so powerfully spoken about by members of the public, would conserve the significance of the asset. So you've been there, you've seen it. We say the planting will not have that conserving effect. And so given there's then an impact on 2 separate assets at the north and south of the site, as Mr. Moss explained in the chief, the heritage impact as a whole can perhaps be given more weight. And on BMV, so over 90% of the site is BMV, at a time when the entire world is concerned with food security, and where the NPPF requires recognising the benefits of such land. That too is a loss that needs to be weighed in the balance, albeit with limited weight to accept, but agree. So taking it all together, the reasons outlined by Mr. Moss, the proposals agreed to the development plan take us as a whole in the policies that I set out. For the purposes of the MPPF, the adverse impacts do significantly demonstrably outweigh the benefits, and so no other material considerations indicate permission should be granted. So to conclude, whether on our primary case, severity, or our secondary case, you are accordingly asked to dismiss this appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Appreciate the effort that's gone into bringing all of that together into your closing submission. Appreciate that. We're going to have a short break. Do you need to make many changes? Okay. Well, let's say let's break for 15 minutes then. Oh, well, where are we? We're just coming up 25 past. Let's have 20 minutes. So we'll start again at. We'll adjourn until 1:45. We took a little longer to get the printing done last time, so I prefer to start on time, as it were. So yeah, we're adjourn until 1:45.
So before we start, can I ask you to make a couple of manuscript amends to my closing, please? Just coming out of the discussion I had with Ms. Chalabi. First one, sir, just an actual typo on page 3, where I refer to 57 dwellings. That should be 55. It's under Little Roman 3. Page 3, under paragraph 5, Little Roman 3, there's 3 lines below that. Yep. Should be 55. And could I ask you to turn to page 23, paragraph 47? So could you strike out the middle sentence, the one that begins, if that is right? I had understood, sir, that I put the veto point to Mr. Wheeler, and I had understood something else arising from that, which I think may end up being controversial. So I don't want to record a concession that actually wasn't the concession I thought it was. So.
Okay, 1:45, and we are resumed, and it's now time to hear from the appellants. Ms. Chalabi, over to you.
Sir, for all the many documents before you, at the close of the inquiry, the issues between the parties are narrow. Most of the important points are now agreed with the council. First, Malden's in the midst of a housing crisis, and the need for both market and affordable homes is acute and entrenched. Second, there is no short or medium-term plan-led solution. Adoption of a new plan that could provide a solution is not months but years away. Third, there's been no strategic review of the settlement boundaries in Malden since the adoption of the plan. We agree those boundaries are not only deemed out of date, but substantively out of date too. We also agree the proposals broadly comply with the spatial strategy of the plan by directing development to the edge of the main Tier 1 settlement. It's agreed if the council is to meet its needs for housing, the use of greenfield sites outside the settlement boundaries is inevitable. The question is not if, but where. As to the balance, on one side of the scale, the council accepts the scheme brings a number of significant benefits, in particular delivery of much needed homes. On those benefits, Mr. Wheeler affords very substantial weight. The other benefits would include provision of land for a private nursery, expansion of the cemetery, an innovative sustainable energy strategy in excess of requirements, local employment and economic benefits, public open space, BNG and sustainable transport improvements. We agree the site lies in one of the most sustainable areas in the entire district and that the test at NPF 110 is passed. The council does not suggest any adverse weight should apply in respect of sustainability. On the other side of the scales, the heritage balance falls in favour of approval. It's now common ground the landscape impacts do not outweigh the benefits. Landscape is no longer suggested as a standalone reason for refusal. On highways, the council's case on severity relies on impacts on part of just one roundabout during part of the day. It's common ground that if the impact on the highway network is not severe, permission should not be refused on highways grounds. And finally, there's no strong reason for refusal under 11D NPPF. So the tilted balance applies, both by way of paragraph 11 and also because of policy S1 of the plan. Permission should be granted unless the adverse impacts significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. If the council ever wants to start meeting its shortfall of many hundreds of homes, this is exactly the sort of scheme it must start approving. The benefits clearly outweigh the harms, and the balance lies very strongly in favour of a consent. And then I set out the 9 headings we'll close on, and I'll go straight to heading 1, which is that the plan-led system in Malden is broken. As we explained in opening, this part of Essex has long been let down by the planning system. Years go by, national policies come and go, but through it all, Malden has managed to keep its head buried firmly in the sand. This appeal is itself an example of why matters are failing here. A site on the edge of the top-tier settlement in the strategy, earmarked by the council for development for over a decade, supported by its own technical assessments as suitable, available and achievable, and supported in the end by a careful and comprehensive officer's report. Members no doubt had their reasons for going against the evidence base, their officer's advice, and the advice of, amongst others, Essex's Highways Authority and Active Travel England. But one thing is for sure, those reasons were not grounded in any objective or technical analysis. The Council's case on appeal has, with respect, been a backfilling exercise, trying to retroactively justify a political decision not itself grounded in facts. There were 8 reasons for refusal on the decision notice, but Mr. Slack accepted the Council only seeks to defend one of the 4 aspects of reason 2. As regards reason 3, Mr. Moss accepted the landscape impacts are outweighed by the benefits. The Council's withdrawn the other 6 putative reasons. Very little is left. Given its members' rejection of their professional advice, including statutory consultees, it may be unsurprising to find Malden has wider planning problems. In particular, and most of all, it has no up-to-date plan. The current development boundaries reflect the requirements of another era. The existing plan was adopted in 2015, almost a decade ago, with the plan period starting in 2014. It was examined against the 2012 MPPF, which has since been replaced 6 times, soon to be 7. Some of the evidence supporting the plan dates to 2001, now 25 years ago. Of course, amongst other things, the approach to deriving local housing needs has changed entirely. The plan's strategy is predicated on delivering only around half of this area's true needs, so 310 as against 586 or 615 with the buffer. The settlement boundaries have been drawn up in a way that just cannot accommodate real needs. So Mr. Moss was right to accept that the most important policies for determining the appeal, including S2 and S8, are not only deemed out of date by virtue of footnote 8, they are substantively out of date. It's now common ground that the spatial strategy, expressed through the settlement boundaries and housing numbers in the plan, is inconsistent with the MPPF, which makes local housing needs the starting point for deriving the planned requirement. Nonetheless, Mr. Moss also accepted that the appeal proposal broadly complies with the spatial strategy of the plan by directing development to Malden, one of the main settlements where growth is directed under S1, S2 and S8. This is a rural district, and the Council's options for future growth all include more development around the town of Malden itself. The position is clear. As Mr. Moss agreed, if this Council's to come anywhere near meeting its needs, use of greenfield land outside the settlement boundaries isn't a choice, it's a certainty. Almost immediately after the adoption of the plan, the Council identified a review as needed because the allocations in garden suburbs were delivering below the 75% trigger for 3 consecutive years. That was back in 2021. A plan-making exercise began. The Council published a local development scheme that anticipated a new plan would be adopted in autumn 2023. That 2.5-year timetable turned out to be extremely optimistic. As Mr. Moss accepted, the Council has had loads of time to progress the plan since 2021, but has failed to do so. While there have been calls for sites and some unpublished optioneering work, it's agreed that very limited progress has been made. As one inspector found recently, there is no evidence that the Council is seeking to address the housing shortfall identified by the 5-year housing land supply. We are not even in the foothills of an exercise to replace the failing plan. Malden's stuck in an inexplicable and inexcusable plan-making hiatus that has endured for years. The Council is still not even proposing the very first step, a Regulation 18 consultation, until the end of the year. And that creates a catch-22, which has stalled sensible development proposals in Malden for many years. It's inevitable land outside the boundaries will be required for new homes. National policy expects new development to be brought forward in a plan-led way, but there's no plan-led mechanism to achieve the housing supply national policy requires. There will not be for years to come. The only solution, as Mr. Moss fairly accepted, is granting windfall proposals. Even on the current 2025 published LDS, which targets a date of 2028, we are not months but years away from the adoption of a new plan, and further still from homes being delivered pursuant to allocations. And the LDS timetable looks very optimistic. The last plan-making exercise here took a decade. The LDS makes no allowances for changes to plan-making procedure, nor local government reorganisation, and some big changes have happened. The plan-making system is being entirely reformed. And as Mr. Moss confirmed, Malden Council may not even still exist by 2028, with no certainty as to what authority will replace it. He accepted there's significant uncertainty surrounding the future governance arrangements in the area. The resulting position agreed with Mr. Moss is a regrettable one. We have no certainty when this area will adopt another plan, and we don't know what authority will adopt it. All we know is that it's at the very least years away. There's no short or medium term plan-led solution to the housing crisis in Malden. Without a plan, unmet needs for housing continue to grow. They are now acute and entrenched. It's unacceptable for people in housing need to have to wait until a new plan is adopted. And finally, use of greenfield land to meet shortfalls is inevitable. It's not a choice, but a certainty. There's literally no other option. In other words, it's a paradigm case where meeting Malden's needs can only happen if windfall schemes are approved. But if those sites are to come forward, as they must, Mr. Moss agreed it's better they should be sites which are, like this one, not in a valued or designated landscape, which avoid the flood issues that beset other land around Malden town, with no major heritage or ecology constraints, and with good sustainability in the context of the wider district. Better also they're ones which have long been earmarked for development with the support of, among others, the Highways Authority and recommended for approval by officers. For the next heading then, the housing shortfalls are acute and entrenched. This breakdown in the plan-led system has had real consequences for real people. Most of all, and for many years, this council has not come close to meeting its housing needs. The shortfalls aren't marginal, they're substantial. Even on the council's case, we're talking about missing the mark by hundreds and hundreds of homes in the next few years alone, with, it is agreed, the terrible social, economic and environmental consequences that failing to deliver housing brings. Families unable to afford somewhere to live, more people languishing on the register, unsustainable solutions with people being forced to find a home further away from their family networks and from where they work, shop and socialise. Of course, there is a wider regional and national housing crisis, but that does not dilute the severity of what is happening, or rather what is not happening, in this part of Essex. It's now common ground that the council is failing to achieve a core objective at the heart of the MPPF, the requirement to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. It's common ground that requirement reflects the importance central government puts on the objective of significantly boosting supply of homes. The requirement represents a minimum and is not a cap on delivery. The standard method, with its focus on affordability, seeks to ensure councils do a better job at meeting real needs than they have been doing in recent decades. The current supply is considerably under what is intended to be a minimum. Even on the council's case, the shortfall of hundreds of homes represents a very significant number of households in need of a home not being provided for. And finally, it's agreed the need for market housing in the district is acute and entrenched. There have been shortfalls in the 5-year supply in every year since 2020, other than one exception in 2023, and that's notwithstanding the requirement previously being far lower at 310 dpa, which does not reflect real needs. As Mr. Moss acknowledged, the only reason matters are not even worse is that the council is propping up its land supply with windfall schemes on greenfield sites. Almost half of the entire deliverable supply is from windfalls. We disagree only as to the extent of the shortfall. On the council's best case, it's 626 homes, hundreds and hundreds of homes. Mr. Moss agreed that is a very significant number. It's the direct result of the total collapse in this council's plan-making functions. On Mr. Pycroft's evidence, the position's even worse, a shortfall of more than 900 homes in the next 5 years alone, amounting to a 3.52-year supply. On the figures, Mr. Pycroft's analysis was the more persuasive. In summary, he explained, Site 1 of the disputed sites is an outline permission with no reserved matters approval. The onus is on the council to provide clear evidence of deliverability. That burden is nowhere near discharged, given how the test has been approached in many other cases. The council relied on anticipated build-out rates, but these are inflated by not taking into account delayed schemes that have yet to start deliver and that will eventually have far longer lead-in times. While the pro forma was provided, it has no programme, no detail, gives no indication of even the most basic of points when the reserved matters is likely to be submitted. Site 3 comprises 3 phases. It's agreed dwellings within phase 1 are deliverable. It's now also agreed that the phase with outline permission for 203 dwellings should be known as phase 3, and none of those are deliverable. The dispute relates to phase 2, incorrectly referred to as phase 3 in the council's permission statement. Mr. Pycroft considers that phase 2 is also not deliverable for the reasons set out in his note at ID 16. In short, the Section 106 agreement means that it cannot start to come forward until key parts of phase 1 are completed. There's no written agreement with the developer to confirm their intentions. While a reserved matters application was made in February, no documents have been uploaded to the council's website since October 2025, and no clear evidence has been provided in relation to site assessment work, including discharge of pre-commencement conditions and the phasing plan. Site 4 is one where there's agreement that some homes will come forward in 5 years, but the council's position that all of the units will be completed is overly optimistic, given evidence of what's happened on other sites with a similar capacity in Malden. Councillor Fittock confirmed that the developer Dundara has been contacted but provided no response. Site 5 is another outline permission with no reserved matters approval. The council has no specific evidence from the developer, but relies on average lead-in times, which, as above, are artificially reduced by removing the sites taking longer. There's no evidence of progress towards submission of a reserved matters application, and no written agreement with the developer confirming anticipated starting rates. The final difference relates to the windfall allowance. Mr. Pycroft's simple approach is clearly preferable. He's taken the average completions on small sites and removed the 194 homes with permission already in the supply. Councillor Fittock's approach double counts those small sites with permission. As Mr. Pycroft's evidence was the more convincing, it's not surprising the council is seeking to avoid you, sir, from coming to any conclusion. It's also not surprising because the council sought to make a great deal of the improvement in the position from the 2.7 years at the date of the last published report. But that is not the result of some radical change in approach by the council. There's no new interim housing strategy, no new sites allocated, no new plan. Only a small proportion, just 63, of the additional homes added to the supply were granted by the council. The rest is made up of windfall sites granted at appeal, together with changes in methodology that remain in dispute. So, unless more appeals are allowed, more houses won't get built. Mr. Moss accepted that while the position is improved from the 2.7 years, it's still considerably under what are intended to be minimum requirements. It's not an improvement that tips the balance in any material way. We agree the overall acute and pressing need for new homes evident in the district continues, and there's sadly little comfort moving forward. Mr. Pycroft explained that the 445 dwellings completed in 25-26 are not due to be replenished by new delivery on allocations. He expects the supply to decrease with the next position statement, all of which explains the stark numbers in Mr. Roberts' affordable housing evidence, which show very serious unaffordability in Malden, particularly for those on lower quartile incomes in greatest need, and we'll return to those below. In all, this position should be unacceptable. It's antithetical to the proper functioning of a planning system intended to meet the needs of present and future generations. So the real issue before this inquiry is whether the many people in need here now should have to wait another 5 years, another 10 years, or however long it takes for Malden to adopt an up-to-date plan, and then for sites to come forward in accordance with it, or whether more urgent needs require more urgent solutions. Which takes us to the appeal site to the west of Malden. In all honesty, it remains unclear why we are here at appeal today. The council has consistently and over many years supported residential development at the site. The council itself put the appeal site forward as a reserve site for 450 homes when preparing the current local plan. The council changed strategy during the plan preparation from reserve sites to a review mechanism. That was because at the time there was a lack of information about infrastructure capacity. But in this case, Essex have confirmed there is sufficient education and highways capacity to accommodate the development with the mitigation proposed. The inspector who examined the local plan thought the site was both developable and deliverable for housing. The council concluded in its own 2022 HELA exercise that an even larger site was suitable, available and achievable, concluding development of the site would be suitable. It's located adjacent to the existing settlement, a safe pavement can be created to the services and facilities of the town, and these can be accessed by walking. A heritage impact assessment would be required to ensure no significant harm was caused to heritage assets. The site is relatively enclosed, and there would be minimal impacts on the wider landscape, and the site is adjacent to existing settlement, so fits in with the townscape. Those conclusions apply to the baseline site itself. Mr. Moss confirmed nothing material has changed since the healer, and considered the healer should attract moderate weight as the latest evidence published by the council on the topic. Given the healer, it was odd for Mr. Moss to suggest that the real problem with this scheme is that the development is too big, and that a smaller scheme could tip the balance in favour of approval. The council has previously stated that the location is suitable for even more development with even greater impacts, and the appeal proposals are on the most sustainable part of the wider site, closest to the town. The growth options work done by the council in 2023 again identified a focus for future growth at Malden. While an additional 2,426 dwellings are anticipated, the town is subject to significant constraints which limit its capacity anywhere other than to the west. And I include an extract of figure 3 of Mr. Wheeler's proof. Given the site was a reserve site last time, when the housing number was half of what it is today, it's realistically inevitable that the council is going to have to rely on it when it gets round to preparing a new plan. In all, the council has repeatedly confirmed the site is a suitable and sustainable location for residential development. And since it last did so, the need for housing in Malden has almost doubled, meaning significantly more pressure to find even more suitable sites. As to how the council has dealt with the proposal during the course of this application, the scheme was designed with input from council officers over more than 2 years, including 7 pre-app meetings and a site walkover. It was reported to committee with the recommendations for approval. There are no outstanding objections from any relevant statutory consultees, and importantly, after an exhaustive review of the materials, Essex's Highways Authority supports the scheme. At appeal, the council continues to accept the principle of the residential development is acceptable, and not just the principle of part of the development. Given this is an outline application, it's hard to see how they consistently can accept the principle, but also argue for a refusal. The council's long-standing and consistent support for development here is entirely unsurprising. It's on the edge of Malden, the district's core focus for growth. It has no landscape designations at any tier of law or policy. It's agreed not to be a valued landscape. It avoids the flood risk issues that beset much of the district. There are no other technical barriers to delivery, from land contamination to air quality or ecology. On ecology, the application is supported by a shadow HRA, which confirms that subject to the agreed mitigation measures and RAM's contribution, there'd be no likely significant impacts on site integrity. The council and Essex are content with the proposed approach. The heritage impacts are agreed to be limited and not a reason for resisting development. So next then, turning to the benefits of the scheme and starting with market housing. Since 2012, central government's objective, now at 61 of the MPPF, has been to significantly boost the supply of homes. But as we've seen, this council can't demonstrate a 5-year supply. Even on its own case, the shortfall is many hundreds. The need is vast, and the imperative to bring forward the scheme to alleviate the crisis is too, which is why Mr. Wheeler is right to attribute very substantial weight to the delivery of 165 much-needed market homes, providing approximately 0.5 years supply for the district as a whole. Mr. Moss claimed the weight is significant, but his scale only goes up to substantial. He relied on 2 decisions, but did not draw attention to others where substantial weight was given. His real point was that things could be even worse. But he accepted the council is missing the mark considerably. He accepted there's a local housing crisis. He accepted the needs are acute, pressing and entrenched. The problem with Mr. Moss's stance is that it results in a self-defeating cycle for the council. If it only gives substantial weight when things are even more dire, it won't grant permission for schemes that are going to stop things reaching rock bottom. Ultimately, whichever weighting is preferred, what's important is that no one disputes this is a serious and hefty factor weighing in favour of the scheme. There's not only a need for market homes in Malden, there is also, especially, an agreed acute and chronic need for affordable housing. It's common ground that access to good quality affordable housing is a significant issue and that more housing is urgently required. The situation is dire. There's been a cumulative shortfall of over 1,100 affordable homes since 2015, and a further shortfall will accrue over the next 5 years of around 800 or more. There are 700 households on Malden's housing waiting list, and they're waiting on average not months but years for a home. The council in the last monitoring year housed some 138 households in temporary accommodation. The demand is staggering. Each 3-bed property that becomes available is subject to an average of 169 bids. None of the statistics are disputed and they're unacceptable. In all, it's rightly agreed it's an authority in the midst of an affordable housing crisis and that urgent action must be taken to deliver more homes. The need is rising all the time, from 182 in 2014 to 209 in 2021, and most recently 284 in 2025. And yet the average delivery since 2014 has been just 89. Delivery in recent years remains nowhere near the latest identified need figure. Mr. Moss agreed a step change is required. One of the consequences of this underdelivery is that those on lower quartile incomes in Malden need 11 times their annual income to buy a home, with that ratio persistently above national and East of England averages. The Rule 6 party emphasised the challenges of getting on the housing ladder in Malden, particularly for younger people. It's easy to get lost in the numbers, but it's also important to remember that the shortfalls have real consequences for real people in real need now. Mr. Moss accepted this impacts the security, stability, health, mobility and development of some of the most vulnerable people in the area. The position's clear. The shortfalls in delivery are very substantial, the needs are very substantial, the scale of the crisis is very substantial, and the consequences of the council's failure to address the crisis are also very substantial. Against that background, the scheme proposes 40% affordable dwellings, some 110 homes. The tenure split is 75 affordable rent and 25% intermediate, which reflects the most acute local needs. 10% of the affordable dwellings will be to M43 wheelchair standards. In a single permission, the scheme would provide more affordable homes than the average per annum delivered across the district as a whole since 2014. All of which means Mr. Wheeler's undoubtedly right to afford delivery of affordable housing very substantial weight. The council is wrong to imply that the weight should be reduced or tempered because the scheme meets the policy requirement. That is the only reason Mr. Moss gave for downgrading the weight. But the High Court has confirmed it would be objectionable to downgrade the weight given to affordable housing simply because policy requires it. Doing so would therefore be unlawful. The relevant question is how great the need is, and here it's very great indeed. The scheme also makes provision for a 1.81 hectare extension to the cemetery, directly adjacent to its current boundary. The council's made clear it's willing and ready to acquire the land in light of the pressing need for cemetery capacity in the district. The Section 106 includes a mechanism for acquiring the transfer. In 2023, the council concluded that at the current rates, Malden Cemetery would reach capacity by 2031. Officers in the committee report gave significant weight to the benefit. Mr. Wheeler considers the weight is substantial. Local residents, including Mr. Jennings, spoke about how much they value Malden Cemetery, including being able to visit it from the town. Making sure the cemetery continues to function is undoubtedly a very good thing. It's agreed with the council the proposed extension would provide an expansion to an important community facilities in accordance with policy E3. The appeal site is the only option. It's a site-specific benefit. The only reason Mr. Moss gave for reducing the weight to moderate is that the land could be transferred outside this scheme. However, that's pure speculation. It would be irrational to reduce the weight to a benefit on the basis of a theoretical alternative with no evidence supporting it. The case law is clear that alternative proposals are only relevant to planning decisions in exceptional circumstances, none of which have been suggested here. The suggestion of ransom is absurd and purely rhetorical. There's a commercial reality that the council entirely ignores. A landowner cannot be forced to sell land to the council if that does not accord with their intentions. The land's currently being farmed, and there are other options for its use if this scheme isn't going to go ahead. The cemetery is a benefit that comes forward as part of this specific scheme, much like the affordable housing and the nursery and the open space. The council does not suggest the appellant is ransoming the delivery of public open space, BNG, or the nursery by not immediately transferring those other areas of land to the council outside the context of the appeal. Mr. Moss was clear the weight is moderate. He agrees it's a benefit, but the correct weight, given the importance of the provision, is substantial. Next, it's agreed between Mr. Moss and Mr. Wheeler that the provision of land for a 56-place private nursery should attract significant weight. This provision represents a wider community benefit, as the specific impacts of the development are mitigated by the separate financial contribution. It's agreed that, compared to the county council's nurseries, a private facility would offer diversity of choice, including provision for younger 0 to 2-year-olds and childcare outside of term time. The MPPF acknowledges the importance of ensuring sufficient choice for early years places. While at this outline stage a provider has not yet been named, Mr. Wheeler confirmed the appellant has had positive discussions with several operators and is confident an operator will be secured. It's worth recalling that proposed benefits can lawfully be taken into account where they're not secured at all by conditional Section 106, which is of course not the case here. The weight to give to any benefit is a matter of judgment in all the circumstances. Next, the proposed energy strategy is innovative and goes significantly beyond current or future known legal or policy requirements. A community smart grid with shared solar panels and battery storage would supply more than half of the site's electricity demand, with an additional 44% of the solar energy generated, that portion which cannot be stored, exported for the benefit of the wider public. When that's combined with the other energy efficiency measures proposed, there would be an 86% reduction against the 2021 baseline and a 90% reduction against the 2013 baseline. That's significantly more than the Future Homes Standard requires, which is a 75 to 80% reduction. The smart grid and batteries are not necessitated by any policy or law, and the result is greater carbon savings than for many other developments. This provision would also mean that residents would benefit from electricity supplied at approximately 15% below market rates. As Mr. Wheeler explained, that's an important consideration in the context of the affordable housing offer and given the fuel poverty issues this country is experiencing. Notwithstanding the questions put to Mr. Wheeler, it's common ground with the Council that this is a benefit that should be positively weighed in the balance. Mr. Moss ascribed limited weight in oral evidence, but at that point he did not think the scheme would achieve more than the 26th Future Homes Standard. That's since been clarified. The reference to Vistry homes does not assist the Council, because paragraph 152 of that case is referring to situations where a development is required to provide a measure to overcome or mitigate. It's been demonstrated here that the proposal goes far beyond what it's required to do. As to open space, the proposal is for some 7.2 hectares of open space and green infrastructure, equating to 33% of the site area. A range of high quality and varied open spaces are proposed, including woodland, wetland, vineyard, community garden, and equipped play areas. It's agreed again this is a benefit, that it would be available for existing and new residents, that it would facilitate healthy and inclusive communities, and it's agreed that it exceeds policy requirements. Mr. Wheeler fairly affords the provision significant weight. He explained there's limited play provision in part of the town near the site. And as to the economic benefits, the scheme is supported by a detailed economic benefits and social value assessment prepared by Savills. During construction, it's expected to deliver approximately 58 million of capital investment, around 110 on-site jobs per annum, around 60 net additional full-time equivalent jobs supported annually, and approximately 19.6 million of net GVA over the build period. Once operational, the direct and indirect economic benefits would include around 30 permanent jobs on site, including the nursery, approximately 4.3 million of GVA to the local economy, around 2.4 million of additional local retail and leisure spend per year, and approximately 8 additional off-site retail and food and beverage jobs in Malden. It's agreed between the parties that these economic benefits attract moderate weight. The delivery of a biodiversity net gain of 33% for hedgerows and 10.5% for habitat is another agreed benefit. Vistry Homes, again, is clear it would be irrational to reduce the weight because it's a legal requirement, as Mr. Moss suggests. Mr. Wheeler fairly affords this moderate weight. And finally, the provision of active travel infrastructure and improvements to pedestrian crossings to facilitate increased walking and cycling for both future and existing residents in the surrounding area is also agreed to be a benefit, and Mr. Wheeler affords it moderate weight. So turning next to sustainability and highways. The highways and sustainability implications of the scheme have been subject to a detailed assessment by Essex County Council. This says, as Mr. Slack explained, it should say, as Mr. Bancroft explained, sorry. As Mr. Bancroft explained, a draft TA was shared with Essex at pre-application stage in 2023. The TA was submitted in line with feedback, including a highway impact study that considered a core, vision-led and sensitivity test, predict and provide. The appellant has not abandoned the core test, but Mr. Bancroft, to narrow the issues in the appeal, has agreed in a cooperative spirit to focus on the sensitivity test preferred by Mr. Slack. A meeting took place between SLR and ECC to consider the TA. Following a request from ECC for some further refinement of the modelling, in particular a request to calibrate to observe cues, SLR submitted the TAA. Following its review of the detailed submitted assessments, Essex confirmed it supported the scheme on the basis that the TA is suitable and the TAA is even more robust. The scheme will not have an unacceptable or severe impact on the local highway network. This will not conflict with 115 or 116. The scheme will be readily accessible by a range of sustainable modes, including local buses following contributions, providing suitable connections to the amenities of Malden and meeting the MPPF tests. Mr. Slack told the inquiry that, as you'd expect from an organisation who is responsible, so again, sorry, that should be Mr. Bancroft. I'm sorry. Mr. Bancroft told the inquiry that, as you would expect from an organisation who is responsible for ensuring the integrity of the road network, highway safety and free flow of traffic, Essex's review, as expressed in a series of consultation responses, was thorough. Active Travel England reviewed the scheme, provided detailed comments, took into account the appellant's responses, including the audit of non-car modes of access to facilities, and also recommended permission be approved. The Council's own professional officers considering the scheme concluded that, taking into account the accessibility of Malden Town, together with access to public transport, the site is in a sustainable location and it can be made accessible to the main town. And officers also concluded that no highways refusal could be substantiated. The law expects decision makers to give great or considerable weight to the views of statutory consultees, and to depart from them only if there are cogent and compelling reasons for doing so. There are none here. Mr. Slack suggesting Essex have not followed his preferred approach on calibration is no compelling reason. Mr. Slack accepted that, other than in respect of the point on calibration, significant weight should be given to Essex's views. The suggestion in the Council's closing that Essex can't be relied on because there's a minor typographical error in the Statement of Common Ground and because clarification was required on the scope of the £850,000 is frankly desperate. None of those matters go to the core of Essex detailed analysis. There are also minor mistakes of this kind in the Council's own proofs. The suggestion that Essex have not provided detailed reasoning is also simply inaccurate. Their original comments were detailed, they followed that up with a meeting, and their final consultation response was designed for a planning purpose to be clear and simple. As to Active Travel England, Mr. Slack's suggestion, unsupported by evidence, that they haven't visited site is not a compelling reason to depart from their advice. Even if they only conducted a desk-based assessment, that's the case for many statutory consultees dealing with schemes nationally, yet the case law still requires great or considerable weight to be given to their expertise. And finally, Mr. Slack accepted that considerable weight should be given to the views of the Council's professional officers recommending approval. Members decided to issue a highways refusal without any technical basis for doing so. They were wrong to do that, and the after-the-event objection now constructed by Mr. Slack only shows why. Locational sustainability was not included in the reasons for refusal. It's not a factor to which Mr. Moss attributes any negative weight, but it nonetheless formed a big part of Mr. Slack's evidence. That evolution of the reason for refusal was a mistake, as quickly became clear in cross-examination. In short, Mr. Slack accepted that the site is in one of the most sustainable locations in the entire district. The MPPF at 110 asked for development to be focused on locations which are or can be made sustainable through limiting the need to travel and offering a genuine choice of modes. The site can be sustainable, he agreed, without being able to reach every kind of service or facility by every one of these modes. And he agreed there's compliance with 110 of the MPF in this case. The site is or can be made sustainable. Those concessions were not surprising, considering that, as I've said already, the local plan identifies Malden as the most sustainable location in the district. The site is not only one of the most sustainable locations in the district, but is even better connected than some of Malden's strategic allocations, closer to the main town and its facilities than the South Malden Garden suburb. The connectivity tool shows that if Malden is to grow at all, a vision-led approach would direct development exactly here. An inspector has already concluded residents living at Malden Hall Farm have satisfactory access to local shops and services via a choice of modes other than the private car. Mr. Slack accepted he'd be happy for those conclusions to be adopted in the present appeal. The Council's sustainability appraisal from 2017 notes that whether there may be an increase in private cars might depend on whether access is proposed over the A414. That's exactly what is proposed through this scheme, a new toucan crossing that would benefit not only future residents, but existing residents accessing this part of town. The Council's healer concluded the development of the site would be suitable and that safe pavement access to the services and facilities of town can be created. The pavement improvements requested are proposed. And again, in respect of this appeal, the Council's confirmed the principle of residential development is acceptable. It bears reminding that what the MPPF requires is to offer a choice. It does not seek to force anyone to make that choice. At the inquiry, Mr. Moss stated a smaller quantum of development could tip the balance in favour. That again suggests the Council considers there's no in-principle locational sustainability barrier to residential development here. It's a rural district. It's quite simply very hard to see how any greenfield sites beyond the settlement boundaries, as is accepted or required, could even possibly be more sustainable than this. Policy S1, which applies to the district as a whole, seeks to direct development to the most sustainable locations. It's now common ground that's exactly what this scheme does. The Council's latest suggestion, in response to Mr. Slack's concessions, is to suggest that while the site can be made sustainable, that's not to say it is. However, if it can be made sustainable, that means the location beyond the A414 is in principle acceptable. The only question then is whether the sustainable transport improvements proposed are sufficient. Some of these, including internal pedestrian and cycle routes, will come at reserve matter stage. But even at outline, a very significant offer is proposed. And tellingly, neither the Council nor Essex suggest any additional sustainable transport improvements that the appellant could provide but hasn't done. The reality is the site not only can be made sustainable, but it already is. There's a wide list of services and facilities accessible on foot and bike. There's just a 9-minute walk to the hospital, a route identified as a primary walking route in Essex LC WIP. While given the historic nature of Malden, some of the footways are inevitably narrower than the ideal design guidance for new routes, Mr. Bancroft, Essex and ATE all agree they're adequate to accommodate pedestrian movements. The bus provision is excellent, half hourly from Malden Town Centre past the site, to a number of locations including Chelmsford with its regular trains to London. Mr. Slack agreed that's a reasonable service that offers a genuine choice. 97% of the developed area would be within an 800 metres of a bus stop or a 10-minute walk. There's 3 train stations within an 8-kilometre cycle distance and 2 that can be reached by bus. Mr. Bancroft confirmed that buses represent a reasonable and viable alternative for daily activities. The myriad of sustainable improvements are proposed, including 2 cannon puffing crossings, pavement improvements, a new bus stop, and a sustainable transport contribution of £850,000. That's a significant offer with wider benefits to the population. Mr. Slack confirmed the measures are reasonable and the Council's never requested more, and the £850,000 has now been confirmed to cover 5 years. In all, the provision is very good indeed. The policy tests on sustainability are more than met. And as Mr. Bancroft summarised, the site has a remarkable level of accessibility in the context of Malden. It's in the round a sustainable location that will be made even more so with the interventions proposed. And finally, notwithstanding the amount of time spent by the Council on this point, ultimately Mr. Moss does not invite you, sir, to apply any adverse weight in respect of sustainability in the overall balance. And as such, it's entirely unclear what the purpose of Mr. Slack's evidence was. So turning next to highways, again following cross-examination of Mr. Slack, a great deal's now agreed. So first, there's no allegation of any unacceptable impact on safety. If there are no severe impacts on the highway network, it's agreed the scheme should not be refused on highway grounds. The test of severity is intentionally set at a very high bar. It means something a great deal more than congested, inconvenient, or significant. Whether or not an impact is severe is a matter of judgment and requires a holistic assessment. It requires considering the overall impact on the network as a whole. To establish whether a severe residual cumulative impact is reached, one has to focus on the additional impact of the proposed scheme, taking other committed development as part of the context. It's agreed the focus of the analysis must be to compare scenario A, so baseline, future year and committed developments, against scenario B, which is baseline, future year, committed developments and the appeal scheme. Mr. Slack's key evidence on this is in his Appendix E, and he accepts the correct question is, would the difference between Table 3, Scenario A, and Table 4, Scenario B, result in a conflict with national policy? Or does that difference add up to a severe impact? If the difference is not severe, the appeal should not be dismissed on transport grounds. That's the approach the inspectors in both the Rochford and East Ardsley appeals took. Both witnesses agreed that notwithstanding the focus of the analysis being on the difference between A and B, as the test relates to the impact of this particular development, it's relevant in reaching a final conclusion on severity, ultimately a matter of judgment, to keep in mind the absolute impacts on the highway. The only element of the putative reason for refusal on which the council makes a positive case is the impact at the Morrison's roundabout. There's no allegation of severe impact at any of the other 3 locations mentioned in the reason, or any other locations. Mr. Slack considered those elements were not defensible. So the entirety of the council's case as to the overall impact on the highway network turns on the marginal effects of part of one roundabout during part of the day. Mr. Slack in oral evidence initially suggested, for the first time, that an impact is severe where the ratio of flow to capacity is greater than 1. That simply cannot be correct as a blanket rule. It would mean that in any case where a junction has an RFC of 1 or more, any additional impact, even of just 1 car, would result in a severe impact. Yet, as above, Mr. Slack confirmed the focus of the assessment should be on the additional impact of the scheme itself. Mr. Slack could provide no evidence, policy, guidance, or appeals, stating that an RFC of over 1 automatically equates to a severe impact. Quite the opposite. The 2022 Rochford Essex appeal, determined after a full inquiry, expressly concluded that the scheme in question there would not have a significant impact, notwithstanding the RFC being greater than 1. And I put the key paragraphs there, but I don't think I need to read them all out now. So in other words, in that case, minimal changes in RFC values were found to be acceptable, notwithstanding the RFC being over 1. Mr. Slack's view is also contrary to that of Essex, who did not consider there would be a severe impact, notwithstanding the TA junction modelling, confirming an RFC of 1 for the Morrison's junction in the evening peak, and confirming the development would, in the AM peak, change the level of service from E to F. In fact, what the RFC shows is that the impact of the appeal scheme would be extremely minor. The change is at most an RFC of 0.03, but in most cases far lower, and in some instances 0. Mr. Slack accepted these are absolutely unnoticeable impacts. After those questions were put to him, Mr. Slack suggested delay might be a more useful metric. In examination in chief, he had already accepted that a delay of an additional 23 to 28 seconds is probably not significant or severe. But that's exactly what would happen here. Even on Mr. Slack's numbers, which Mr. Bancroft did not accept, at limb 1 the delays are just 34 to 49 seconds, and at limb 3 between 1 and 54 seconds depending on the time of day. In the context of someone making a journey of 10, 20 or 30 minutes, it's unreasonable to suggest those additions are not just inconvenient or significant, but severe impact on the network as a whole. Mr. Bancroft referred to 50 seconds as imperceptible, the length of a weather forecast. It's worth remembering that in the East Ardsley decision, the inspector found an increase of 90 seconds made only matters slightly worse. As agreed with the council, the marginal increase must be the focus, but even when total absolute delays are considered, that does not lead to any suggestion of severity. In the East Ardsley decision, the 90-second increase was in the context of delays of some 350 to 550 seconds, far, far greater than here. Those were not severe, And even when the total absolute delays are taken into account, Mr. Bancroft confirmed there is no basis for a severe impact. That's especially the case when there's no safety concern, a key difference with the appeal the Council relies on at CDQ 12. It's important that the Council does not suggest, nor does Essex, that any additional highways mitigation should be provided. If it thought the impacts were inappropriately unmitigated, it could have so requested. Mr. Bancroft explained it's not possible to say that one specific threshold of severity applies in every case, given this is inherently a matter of judgment and the circumstances of each site will be different, including whether delays risk safety issues, the physical infrastructure in place, and the size of the baseline flows. The Council rhetorically refers to delays of 2 hours a year in closings, but if that approach is taken, why not refer to 40 years, or 50 years, or 100 years? Any traffic impacts of any development will grow to what sounds like a big number if you add them up over a long enough period. That doesn't make what in reality is a short and imperceptible delay at certain peaks into something severe. It was not the approach of Mr. Slack, and it's unclear why it's now raised by Mr. Grant. It doesn't help you, sir, in assessing severity. We must keep in mind that Mr. Moss confirmed the Council does not object to the principle of residential development at this site. He confirmed if the development was smaller, that may tip the balance in favour of approval. In other words, the Council does not suggest that the highway situation is so bad that no more development whatsoever can be accommodated. The question is whether the marginal increase is too great. Mr. Bancroft also noted that the numbers in the addendum have been derived on a precautionary basis because they assume all traffic will route out of Malden, based on travel to work data, whereas in reality some traffic will be internal within Malden, including a significant proportion of the AM peak to schools that would not route via the Morrison's roundabout. The numbers also don't account for any improvements from the future Malden Relief Road, nor for trip types, including the possibility of people using non-carb modes such as buses and walking. In summary, the Council's entire case relates to a single junction where the impacts of the scheme are agreed to by all to be less than a minute on only 2 arms and only during peak times of day. Mr. Slack accepted he'd never come across a finding before that an impact of the specific level assessed here would be severe, and doing so would be without precedent. When a holistic assessment is carried out of the impact of the appeal proposal on the local highway network in the round, there is simply no case that the impacts are severe, nor even substantial or significant. They are far, far lower than that. The test at 116 is of course not whether there'd be a severe impact on one junction or one arm of one junction, but whether the impact of the development together with other cumulative schemes on the road network as a whole would be severe. In that regard, we must not forget that Essex, the body responsible for ensuring free flow of traffic, have concluded, notwithstanding everything they know about existing traffic, that the impact is acceptable, and that view must be given considerable weight. In summary, the TA and TAA's methodology was and remains robust. Essex agreed the approach and the outputs. Impacts on local junctions will be barely perceptible and nowhere remotely close to the level of severity required to substantiate an objection under 116. The Council in closing refers to a secondary case. This secondary case idea was developed after the highways evidence was heard, and it's not surprising that it was, given the implausibility of Mr. Slack's case on severity. While Mr. Moss sought to suggest substantial weight should apply even if the impacts are not severe, that does not take away from the fact that national policy is entirely clear. Highways cannot be a reason for refusing development in such circumstances. His approach was fundamentally inconsistent with 116 NPPF, which considers impacts below severe to comply with national policy. Ultimately, in this particular case, unless the highway's impacts are found to be severe, the inevitable effect of 116 NPPF is that permission should be granted. That's because the Council has accepted landscape alone is not sufficient to warrant a refusal. If the highway's impacts added to the landscape harm were to tip the balance, what that would inescapably and unequivocally mean is that the development would have been prevented or refused on highways grounds, and that's exactly what 116 says should not happen. While Mr. Grant's closing suggests that 11D2 footnote 9 indicates paragraph 115B can be a reason for refusal, that does not reflect the text. Paragraph 11D refers to key policies for directing development to sustainable locations, and it's in that context that it refers to paragraph 115, i.e. on sustainability. It does not refer to highways impacts. And 11D simply says have regard to key policies of the NPPF, The key policies on highways is 116. So again, the council's approach flies entirely in the face of the clear words of the NPPF. In all, Mr Wheeler's description of limited weight was a reasonable approach, if conservative compared to many other decisions that give no weight to non-severe highways impacts, and compared to the officer report, which gives very limited weight to the issue. A final point in the council's closing that requires a response is the paragraph Mr Grant referred to, 47, where we have no record of Mr Wheeler accepting or being asked that the appeal must necessarily be dismissed if the impact is severe. What 116 actually says is permission should not, i.e. ever, be refused on highways grounds unless the impacts are severe. It does not say permission must be refused in all cases where impacts are severe, and the two are very different. So turning next to landscape, at the close of the inquiry there's now significant common ground. Most critically, Mr Moss accepted the landscape impacts are not sufficient to outweigh the benefits, and landscape's no longer suggested to be a standalone refusal reason. As Mr Moss acknowledged, housing needs can only be met by building on greenfield land, so to state the obvious, impacts one way or another to landscape character in Malden are inevitable, and the question is not if, but where. The site has no landscape designations at any tier of law or policy, national, regional or local. It's agreed that it's not a valued landscape, and so the protection at 187A does not apply. Mr Cowlin referred to other more valuable landscapes in the district that would, in his opinion, reach that valued threshold, for example at Danbury and the Chelmer Valley. As the appeal site avoids those more highly valued landscapes, Mr Moss accepted it complies broadly with the aim of Policy S2, whose objectives relate to ensuring strategic growth in the district takes place in the least sensitive locations. Mr Moss also confirmed the council does not allege conflict with S1 on landscape impacts. As to the other plan policies raised, H4, which relates to density, cannot reasonably be said to be conflicted with. The council accepts the density ranges are acceptable. Mr Moss, in cross-examination, agreed that to the extent S8, S2 or D1 are read as suggesting no harm can be accommodated, i.e. if they are read as nil detriment policies, they'd be inconsistent with the approach of the NPPF and reduced weight must attach. It goes without saying there'll be some impact on the landscape character of the site and its immediate surroundings. It's an inevitable consequence of the council taking even basic steps towards meeting its housing need, almost half of which it now claims to be meeting on windfall applications, mostly on greenfield land. And as to the nature of the impact, a great deal is agreed. The general approach in the LBAA is supported, and most of the core judgments are agreed. It's agreed that beyond the 1 kilometre study area, no notable landscape or visual effects would arise. It's agreed that the site's visibility is contained by the town and topography to the east, vegetation along the A414, the buildings and woodland at Baldwin Hall Farm, the wooded cemetery to the north, and beyond that the falling landform to the valley of the River Chelmer. There is more openness to the west, but even there views back are broken by woodland blocks. Development has been pulled back from the northern edge, avoiding the potential for effects on the valley to the north. It's agreed the sensitivity of the landscape is medium, notwithstanding a half-notch difference on value. The half-notch is that Mr Mitchell considers the landscape to have community value, where Mr Cowling considers it has community/local value. And Mr Mitchell's stance is to be preferred. That's because all the features and indicators of value Mr Cowling relied on are valued by the local community, people using rights of way and the locally listed cemetery, for example. That does not mean the landscape is of elevated value beyond that local community. And secondly, Mr Mitchell made a comparison with other nearby landscapes of clearly higher value, with features such as conservation areas, scheduled monuments and ancient woodland. And Mr Cowling agreed those are more sensitive. As to magnitude of change, given what's proposed is a residential development on an undeveloped field, there would be inevitable large-scale effects on the site itself. Mr Cowling thought the effects extended slightly further to the immediate west, and it's agreed they don't extend north, south or east. The difference again is a narrow one. Mr Mitchell finds the geographic extent to be limited, whereas Mr Cowling finds it to be localised/intermediate. Mr Mitchell explained why his view is to be preferred. So he explained that for large-scale change to occur, applying the agreed methodology, there'd need to be a total or major alteration to key elements, features, qualities or characteristics, such that the baseline will be fundamentally altered. But of course, beyond the site, the key characteristics of LCA F6 would not be fundamentally altered. The underlying characteristics of the field to the west would remain intact, i.e. the underlying undulating topography, arable farmland, tree-lined field boundaries, views to the adjacent valley and views across the fields themselves. At the end of the day, the conclusions are broadly similar. Mr. Mitchell finds the landscape effects to be moderate, where Mr. Cowlin finds moderate/major. The former Chelmer SLA designation no longer applies. Mr. Cowlin explained this was removed due to changes in national policy no longer supporting wide local designations of this kind. Mr. Mitchell explained that the now defunct SLA comprised a catch-all area of varied value. Part of the South Malden Gardens suburb lies within it. He noted that descriptions of the Chelmer and Blackwater Ridge in the Essex Countryside Conservation Plan refer to distinctive areas of landscape such as the Danbury Ridge, the Chelmer Valley, the Blackwater Valley and Wickham Bishop's Ridge, but not to the area immediately to the west of Malden. Mr. Cowlin agreed the sites of lower value than those areas. The visual effects are agreed, and as you, sir, will have seen on the site visit, they are localised and limited due to the enclosure provided by a combination of topography, vegetation and built form. Extensive landscaping is proposed which would further reduce effects over time, including a 10-metre tree belt as a landscape buffer around the cemetery edge. The approach to the cemetery landscaping and buffers were agreed in collaboration with the council's officers and requested by them. Comprehensive landscape management plan would be secured by condition. The cemetery is already well treed, having notable woodland characteristics. The addition of the woodland burial site has increased the tree cover. The proposed tree belt with the landscape buffer to the south and west of the cemetery is consistent with the character of the cemetery and with the woodland characteristics of the F6 wooded farmland landscape character area. In all, this is exactly the sort of landscape context where new development in Malden will need to be directed if needs are to be met. The sensitivity is agreed to be medium. It's not a valued landscape. The council's previously accepted a far larger development of 800 plus homes would be appropriate on the wider site, and it now accepts that landscape impacts of this smaller scheme do not alone justify refusal. Finally, in addition to the weight he ascribed to the landscape harm, Mr. Moss gave further moderate weight to the loss of 6 mature trees at the access. None of those are protected or Category A trees. The scheme proposes a massive net increase of 350 new trees. There's no objection from the council's arboricultural officer, and as Mr. Moss frankly acknowledged, he had double counted with the landscape and visual impacts, because the harm he referred to in terms of tree loss related to their amenity and screening value. The council does not allege any unacceptable impact on living conditions. Both Mr. Cowlin and Mr. Mitchell agreed none of the visual impacts to any properties came close to the residential visual amenity threshold, at which impacts to private views become material considerations. As to privacy, significant new landscaping is proposed between the houses and properties at Courtyard Mews. The desire line of the permissive path is being routed away from them. The location of the nursery isn't fixed, but to be determined at reserved matters. At that stage, consideration could be given to whether any landscaping or conditions were required in respect of nursery travel. Both Mr. Wheeler and Mr. Bancroft gave their professional view that it's unlikely anyone trying to drop children off would choose to go down what is obviously a private drive, rather than use the safe and easy site entrance with the roundabout and parking. In all, the scheme would give rise to no material planning harm in respect of living conditions. On heritage, the council accepted that the very limited less than substantial harm to the significance of the Grade 2 Headlands Barn is outweighed by the benefits. The council also finds limited harm to the locally listed cemetery, when it affords limited weight. The appellant considers no harm arises for the reasons set out in the note by TCMS. It's agreed there be no harm to any other assets. So to conclude then, this is a case where the development management test is the same under both national and local policy. As agreed with Mr. Moss, policy S1 imports the presumption of sustainable development into the local plan itself. It's agreed with the council that the tilted balance applies, as the most important policies for determining the appeal are substantively and technically out of date. What that means, sir, is that for all the many documents before you, the determinative question is simple. Would the scheme's harms both significantly and demonstrably outweigh its benefits? Unless they do, permission should be granted. On the one side of the scales, you have extensive evidence of the scheme's very substantial benefits. Most importantly, it will deliver desperately needed market and affordable homes on the edge of the district's main settlement. There are a wide range of other benefits, including the new nursery and cemetery expansion. In striking the balance, we must remember that even on the council's case, you are asked to give our benefits significant weight in relation to at least the delivery of market and affordable housing and the nursery. But Mr. Wheeler is right to go further, to give very substantial weight to the delivery of urgently needed homes. On the other side of the scales, there's no credible evidence of harms of anything like that order. The adverse impacts would be limited and localised. The committee's refusal presents the kind of political approach to development management which has prevented this council from getting out of the difficulties they're in. If Malden's to come anywhere near close to meeting its acute needs, then schemes like this will need to be approved. The reality is it's one of the most sustainable sites in the district, with landscape and visual impacts agreed not to be overriding. If greenfield sites are required, which we agree they are, it's quite simply hard to imagine a better site. If development's not going to happen here, it's hard to see where else it can realistically go with lesser impacts. In the end, our case is straightforward. Given the shortfalls in delivery of housing of all kinds and the failures to plan to address those needs, this scheme's benefits are profound. The imperative to bring them forward on a sustainable site is compelling, and they would not be outweighed, still less significantly or demonstrably outweighed, by what will only be a localised impact to the site and its immediate surroundings. Ultimately, the balance weighs decisively in favour of granting permission, and so we ask you to allow the appeal.
Thank you, Ms. Chalabi. Again, I appreciate the amount of effort you put to concentrate all of the stuff we'd heard over the last 2 weeks in terms of your case into your closing. I do find closings to be very valuable documents, so I do read and reread them following the inquiry. So the effort you put in there certainly isn't wasted. So thank you for that. Okay.
So may I make one minor point? Paragraph 109 of the closing deals with the points about TA Section 7 and the other things being precautionary and not bringing forward not relying on things like the Malden Relief Road and stuff. When I started asking Mr. Bancroft about those, he said I'm not relying on them, so I didn't ask any further questions on them.
He's not relying on them, but he referred to them all as part of the context.
Well, yeah, but hang on. If this is a point he wanted the inspector to take, because I asked him about this specifically, if this is a point he wanted you to take into account, I'm entitled to ask questions about him. I was told that he wasn't going to rely on it and not to worry about it. Mr. Simon said the same thing. So I didn't ask him questions about it. There's an element of cakeism in saying, I'm not relying on it, but it's context, so you need to bear it in mind. I mean, you know, I don't, realistically, that's probably not the thing that's going to turn this appeal, sir, but
Right.
it's a point that I haven't had a chance to cross-examine on based on the answers that I gave. So I just wanted to flag that when you're reading and
That's
rereading.
entirely fair what you say. You moved on because Mr. Bancroft said he's not relying on them, but that's because he was happy to go with the more precautionary figures that were agreed to sort of narrow the dispute. But I mean, he did say these are relevant factors in the wider context, even if his figures don't ultimately rest on them. So it's something to expect.
All right. I've made a note of your point that you raised. Okay, thank you. Okay. Any applications for the costs? Okay, thank you. Okay, so I think we're getting very close to the end of the inquiry. I always give all participants the opportunity. Is there anything else that you want to bring to our attention that you haven't already done so? Thank you for that. So, other than the outstanding documents, I'll close the inquiry, and once it's closed, I won't be accepting anything else other than if something comes out of the woodwork, such as a UNPPF. But we'll cross that bridge if we get to it. Let's hope we don't get to it. I don't think we will. So the three things I'm going to be still looking for then, following close, is comments on the appeal rec. If required, I suspect not, but for those within the next 7 days, so that'll be by the 18th of June, please. The second is the updated list of conditions, which again, I would be grateful within the next 7 days, so that's the 18th of June. And then a copy of the signed and dated Section 106 agreement. I think we gave it 2 weeks, so by my reckoning, that would be the 25th of June. So barring those three things, I am happy that I've got all the information, evidence that I need on which to make a decision. So other than to say thank you, everybody, for the efforts you've made. Sorry, Mr. Grant.
Sorry, did the the case that I've got next Tuesday, if the judgment on that comes down, do you want it? We haven't put, I haven't put any of that underlying evidence in, obviously, but do you want the judgment when it comes out, if it comes out before your decision?
I don't think it will. So I think the point won't arise, but the answer is no. No. Once I close, I'm not looking for any further information. I'll just press ahead with what I've got.
Absolutely fine, sir. Thank you.
Because otherwise, we could be delayed forever, couldn't we? So, thank you all for your efforts over the last 2 weeks. I appreciate that. Appreciate the people who've taken the time to observe as well. On that basis, I hereby close the inquiry and wish you all a safe journey home. Thank you.